Good morning. I would like to thank you all for your patience. As you know, this is not our normal location, so thank you all for being patient this morning. I would like to call the Monday, May 1st Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting to order. We'll begin with roll call. Mayor Agnes. Jose Alvarez is absent. Yes. Gonzalez is absent. Matt Russo. At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the April 3rd meeting?
Documents from our last meeting, roll call vote, Todd James. Yeah. Tamara Higgins. Yeah. Ramiro Diaz. Yeah. Matthew Russo. Yeah. And Candace Forrest. Yeah. 5 days, no nays, no passed.
As a reminder to applicants, action that the board takes today will be released in form of condition notice by May 11th and sent via email and mail to the applicant, as well as posted in the one-stop app for other interested parties. Request the board vote to approve must show compliance with any noted provisos before the case is finalized and granted final approval. One item on today's agenda has been withdrawn. Item number 18, BZA docket 043-23 for the property at 7311 Hurst Street. We will now begin with the unfinished business for variances. Will the chair please read the hearing rules for variances?
Rules and procedures for public hearings, variance requests. The following procedures shall be observed during the hearing. Each speaker should give their name and address prior to speaking on the proposal. The applicant or representative will speak first. The presentation shall be limited to a maximum of 3 minutes for each applicant or representative speaker, but in no event shall the cumulative presentation total by applicants or their representatives 10 minutes. Proponents or persons in favor of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 2 minutes per speaker. Opponents or persons in opposition of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 2 minutes per speaker. The applicant or representative will be allowed a rebuttal. The rebuttal shall be limited to a cumulative maximum of 3 minutes. For an exceptional case, the time limitation may be extended by the presiding officer with the approval of the board. As the board deems necessary, the case may be acted upon at this meeting or deferred for additional information or review. If the case is deferred, it will be acted on at a subsequent meeting as provided by law. All proper parliamentary procedures shall be followed, including recognition of speakers, relevance of argument, and absolute prohibition of applause or demonstration. Standard of review. The Board of Zoning Adjustments shall not authorize a variance from requirements of the comprehensive zoning ordinance unless it finds, based upon the evidence presented to it, that each case has satisfied the 9 criteria listed in Article 4, Section 4.6 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance.
We'll now begin with item 1, docket 003-23, 1124 Louisiana Avenue.
The first item is BZA 00323 for a property located at 1124 Louisiana Avenue. The request is for a variance from provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6 and 1A of the Applicant's County Ordinance in accordance with Article 21, Section 21.6.1.8. The provision is cited in the 32 historic urban family residential district is 17. The applicant is seeking a variance to excessive height of 9 feet 7.5 inches. The borough granted at the April meeting, the applicant is unable to comply with the key requirements to accommodate time constraints. To allow the adequate time to complete the neighborhood participation program and convene, staff recommended 30 borough.
Docket 03-23. Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 03-24?
forget to sum up, but there's an MPP meeting tomorrow.
Well, yeah, that's what the recommendation is for, deferral. We just have to take public comment in the event that anyone is here to speak up.
That's it.
Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 03-2? Anyone here in opposition?
For the applicant.
Just give your name and address for the record on the line, please.
My name is Paul Semino, with the firm, 201 St. Charles Avenue, Suite 3200.
Wish to add?
No, we're in favor of the and we don't have the NPP.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 03-23, motion to follow staff, recommendation of the president.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Evans, to further back 30 days, request of staff. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins. Yes. Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Cole, and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, motion carries.
Docket 004-23, 7808 Pearl Street.
BZA 004-23 is for request at 7808 Pearl Street. This request is for variances from Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Article 11, Article 11, Section 11.3.8.2, Article 21, Section 21.6.8.4, and Article 21, Section 20.7. Of the comprehensive zoning ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient front yard setback, insufficient front yard building line, insufficient rear yard setback, excessive carport height, and a carport that encroaches into the required front yard. At previous meetings, the board approved a series of deferrals in order to allow the applicant to submit alternative plans or to bring the property into compliance. On April 11th, those plans were received and forwarded to safety and permits for an evaluation of whether any variances are required. On April 17th, staff sent a follow-up email to the Department of Safety and Permits. Staff is still waiting for determination to be made as to whether the most recent plan submitted will not require waivers. Due to this, staff is requesting a 30-day deferral.
Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 04-23? Anyone in opposition? Any questions from the board? Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 04-23,
Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Lupo. Defer this matter 30 days at the request of the of staff. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Evans. Yes. Matthew Lupo.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays, motion carries.
Next item, item 3, docket 017-23, 15 Jerome Street. This item is BZA docket 01723 for a property located at Orange Street in the HU district. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 12, Section 12. Of the BZA two residence to a single family residence resulting in insufficient rear yard setback. The applicant is proposing 5.75 feet and is requesting a waiver of 5.25 feet. Based on the analysis, staff finds that the requested variance of Article 12, Section 12.3.8.12.2 rear yard setback fails to meet criteria 1, 6, and 7 of the standards for variances. Therefore, the staff recommends
file of BZA 01723. However, staff received a communication from the property owner stating a change in the agent and requesting a deferral of 2023 BZA.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 017-23?
Good morning. Yeah, this is like the second number, that's okay.
You could just put your name and address on the record.
Okay, I've been here so many times, I'm still be messing up. Priscilla Galvez on behalf of Statesman Consulting and Design, 530 South Thomas C. Francis Parkway. And we'll proceed with this.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 017-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Motion in order.
Just a quick question to the applicant's representative, just recognizing the request for a 30-day deferral, and just wanted to make sure in terms of the deadlines for the next meeting, just making sure that the 30 days will be sufficient to meet the reporting deadline.
The next deadline for supplemental info will be the honor of the next meeting. I think it's May 24th. Yeah, no, we'll be fine. It's fine. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 017-23, my motion's for 30-day deferral at the request of the applicant.
Second.
With regards to BZA docket 017-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to defer the matter 30 days at the request of the applicant. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Eggins.
Yes.
Ramirez,
Yes.
Matthew Fu,
Yes.
and Candace Ford, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes.
Next item, item 4, docket 026-23, 8133 through 37 Green Street.
The next item is BZA 02623 for property located at 8133, 8137. This request is under various complaints of Article 11, Section 11.3A, Table 11.2, 11, Section 11.3B3A, Article 22, Section 22A, 1B2, Article 22, Section 22, 11B1, Article 22, Section 11B1, Article 22, Section 11B2, and Article 22, Section 11B3. The zoning ordinance to permit up to 10% excessive surface area in the front yard, insufficient permeable open space, more than one curb cut, a parking lot located between front facade and front line, which is setback from front lot lines. Due to a ground amount that the applicant has requested, is ready to defer to the June meeting. Staff therefore recommends 30-day deferral of this request.
The applicant present for BZA docket 026-23. Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 026-23? Anyone in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Motion in order. Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 026-23, my motion's for 30-day deferral at the request of the applicant.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 026-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Evans to defer the matter 30 days at the request of the applicant. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yeah.
Maya Evans.
Yes.
Romero Diaz.
Yes.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Ford. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes.
We will now begin with new business for variances. Item 5, docket number 30-23.
Provision of Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a two-family residence with insufficient front yard setback, insufficient interior side yard setback, and insufficient rear yard setback. So the request for the family residence is very directly shaded block, which creates a hardship for the applicant. In addition, there are several other undeveloped parcels in the area. So this and overall improvement in the neighborhood. And the request does meet each of the 9 criteria for variances. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the request subject to forward provisos.
The applicant present for BZA docket 030-23.
You could come up. If you could give your name and address for the record.
My name is David Hanson, and my address is 4,000 David Street, in the 17122.
Is there anything else that you wish to add?
I'd just like to say that, although this project, this development underway, there will be an improvement for the
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 030-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
A motion tonight.
Yes.
Madam Chair, in regards to BZA docket number 030-23, a motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waivers of Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1 to 13.2 for front yard setback. Article 13, Section 13.381, Table 13-2 for interior side yard setback and rear yard setback. Accepted that the 9 criteria have been met, move for approval with the four-noted provisos.
With regard to BZA docket 030-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to forward provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matt Info,
Yes.
and Kenneth Forrest. Yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Item 6, docket 31, Wednesday.
3122 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 2, Article 22, Sections 22.8.1 III and 22.11 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with a parking space in the corner side yard. The site address is 5255 Pratt Street. The subject property is located in the Mirabel Gardens area of the Fillmore area and features strong frontage along Pratt Street at the Fillmore Avenue driveway. Due to the engineering required for the Fillmore Avenue to span the Avenue Canal, the roadbed is much higher above grade than the portion of its right of way that abuts subject property. Thus, there's no direct access to the property anywhere along its Fillmore Avenue. So although it's technically a corner lot, it cannot function as a corner lot. This lack of a corner side access is unusual, but ordinarily does not have any effect on the applicant's ability to develop the lot with compliant off-street parking. Because a driveway and parking area could be located in the interior side yard and access from Pratt Street. However, there's a mature live oak tree on Pratt Street that blocks access to the subject property's interior side yard. The Department of Parks and Parkways requires that the tree be protected during construction, so removing it is not an option. If the rear yard of the property could be accessed directly from Fillmore Avenue, compliant parking could possibly be developed there. And if the large tree were not blocking access to the interior side yard, compliant parking could be developed there. Neither of those conditions exist for the subject property, so neither of those options is available to the applicant. Accordingly, the staff finds that the request meets all 9 criteria for approval and recommends same, subject to 3 provisos.
The president will take docket 0.
Making motion, 2504, for the late trial.
Anything else that you wish to add? Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 031-23? Anyone here in opposition?
Any questions from the board? Motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, motion is going.
Yes.
With regards to BZA docket number 031-23, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waivers of Article 22, Section 22.8.1B3 for permitted vehicle parking. Article 22, Section 22.1 for parking pad design. Therefore, for approval, understanding that the denied criteria have been met in acknowledgement of the pre-noted proviso.
Second. With regards to BZA docket 031-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Ricco, to grant the request for waivers, finding that the nine criteria have been met and subject to three provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Evans,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz, Matthew Ricco, and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Item 7, docket number 032-23. This item is BZA docket 032-23 for the Audubon Aquarium located at 1 Canal Street in the CP Current Park District. The request is for variances in provisions of Article 24, Section 24.13.G.3.B.I, and Section 24.13.G.3.B.I of the CPO, permit one sign for the structure and to allow each sign to be greater in area than the maximum 8 square feet allowed. The applicant is proposing to replace 2 existing signs on Canal Street and Union Street and to add a new sign on the Union Street structure. As part of a renovation to the entire number of signs is proposed to increase the area as proposed to be reduced. The staff finds that the unique location of the Audubon Aquarium sitting adjacent to the riverfront and along Canal Street, but beyond the walk create conditions that are unlike other properties in the BCP zoning district. Staff analysis found neighboring properties enjoying rights for both the number of signs and square footage of signs are aligned with the proposal. Based on this report, the staff believes the requested variances of Article 24, Section 24.13.G3.B.I, number of signs, and Article 24, Section 24.13.G.3.B.III, the whole sign maximum area, 9 of the criteria of the standards for variances, Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variances for 2.50.
Please go for recusal of Commissioner James for the record for this item. As the applicant present for BZA docket 032-23.
I'm Henry Robinson with this continuous circle on behalf of the applicant at 365 Canal Street.
Anything you wish to add?
I don't, we really appreciate the staff report that came out about our asks and appreciate the
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 032-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Is there a motion? Yes.
Regarding docket number BCA 032-23, due to request for waiver article number 24, section 24.13.G3.1, 24, section 24.13G3B3, 24, section 24.13G3B3, false light maximum area, and the same for false light maximum area to the street sides. Accepting the staff's recommendation that the request meets all 9 of the 9 criteria, standards for variance of Article 4, section 467 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, subject to 1 proviso.
Second. In regards to BZA docket 032-23, it's been moved by by Commissioner Rufo, second by Commissioner Evans, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to one proviso. Call vote, Tamara Evans.
Yes.
Will Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
Candace Forrest, yes. 4 yeas, no nays, motion carries. And there are no official names. The motion carries.
Item 8, docket 033-23. BZA 033-23 is a request for variances from provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6.8.7, and Article 21, Section 21.6.2.2.E, of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, permitting the construction of a detached garage with sufficient on the exterior side and rear lot. The property currently contains one principal structure using a two-family dwelling of 2,300 square feet. There's also a fifth accessory rear structure and a planned secondary accessory rear structure behind the principal structure. The applicant intends to reconstruct the demolished accessory structure and garage in the same position on the lot. The garage is 1.5 from the general Diaz Street property line and 1 foot from the rear property line. The applicant intends to recreate the non-conforming garage that was demolished due to damage from the garage is proposed to have a distance of 1 foot 6 inches from the General Diaz Street side lot line and 1 foot from the rear lot line. This is insufficient and necessitates a waiver request of 1 foot 6 inches and 2 feet respectively. Out of all 101 surrounding properties surveyed, the subject site is one of the largest parcels in the area with an area of 9,600 square feet. 98 of the surrounding properties have areas less than 9,000 square feet, with the average lot size of 800 square feet. Despite the property being significantly larger than the surrounding properties in the area, the size of the property cannot be considered a special condition because it does not limit the ability for the applicant to propose a compliant garage. The subject site also has an existing concrete slab on lot 24 that does not have an existing structure built upon it, while the tenant uses the existing carport and garage located on lot 23 and part of lot 22. There does not seem to be a logical reason to not build the garage on the concrete slab located on lot 24 with an extension to the driveway to the accessory structure. This location is not convenient, however, it is not equated to a hardship. The site plan also shows the proposed garage is about 6.5 feet from the rear of the dwelling on the property, which indicates that the structure could be moved 1.5 feet closer to the rear of the principal structure while still meeting the 5 feet requirement. While not fully compliant, this would be more compliant than the current proposal. Additionally, both the interior side and rear yards of the site on the Marshall Street side appear to provide sufficient space to locate a detached garage. While this may be less accessible to the dwelling unit, it is an inconvenience and does not rise to the level of hardship. Therefore, staff recommends denial of BZA docket 033-22.
Is the applicant present for the docket? Come up, please. You can give your name and address for the record.
My name is Omar.
Is your name and Jewish name? Speak up a little bit, it's hard to hear. Okay.
This is a large property, two separate entities, with separate entrances, separate driveways. The large house is designated entrance on yellow. The developers operate small upstream apartment. Our side, our front side doors. The garage has been used for 80 years and 20 items for the operation. If you look at the site plan, it shows the siding that runs across the back of the house. I want to do a lot of the current tenant is grandchildren of the previous tenants and tenants. Based on the right to own the house that tenants have. Additionally, the tenant properties are invisible, so tenants have typically been parking in the house. It's a broken she's coming back to the car. Trying to figure out an option. So this information and then decision.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 033-2?
Good morning. My name is Ken Juno, 859 property. Regarding standard item 6 of the staff report. Due to the particular original design of the property, there is ground drainage near the garage. This drain helps to remove water from the rear yard of the house. At best, the house is 6'2" from the proposed garage, rather than the 6'5" as indicated in the report. Moving the garage forward from its current location is damage to drainage, compromise property, still does not meet the 5-foot requirement of the structure or completely satisfy the rear setback. Picture has been included in the application. Staff also reported mentions slab on lot 24 as a possible location. This is the tenant's yard. This crack patio from the original construction in the 1940s. About 5 feet from the tenant's yard. It's not a structure. It still not have the rear setback. Additionally, putting a new driveway would negatively alter the permeable area of the property. This is a duplex. It has always had 2 separate entrances, 2 yards, and 2 separate garages. The overall size of the property should not be considered for location. It is not an option for the second garage. Hurricane Ida left us little choice but to demolish the garage for the safety of ours and our neighbors. Approving the variance is consistent with improving the look and safety of the area and will not negatively alter the character of the neighborhood. For over 8 years, the garage has stood at the exact spot where we are proposing to put a new garage. Same footprint, same location, same roof line. Approving this variance without this part of the duplex, the same right that it is allowed to others in the area. In the staff report, based on its own analysis, over 70% of the home with accessory buildings in this immediate area are not compliant with setbacks, and concluded that it is more common than not that the surrounding properties have non-compliant structures. Same consideration should apply here. Thank you. And if you have any questions,
Anyone else here in support of BZA docket 033-2?
Hi, I'm David Duponte, 851 Park. I am the neighbor who has to look at the structure. I am the neighbor who has to watch the structure deteriorate. I'm the neighbor who had to see Ida's destruction. I am welcome to have a new structure to look at, one that won't follow my property, one that will be great care as opposed to the old structure. And if the 18 inches was for my safety because of fire or things falling, there is still 6 feet of that structure to my structure. So I am definitely in favor of having them have a new structure that they can use and I can. Thank you.
Good morning. I am here to please request that you allow the variance. Our home has been in our family since it was originally built. I have lived there 33 years. I appreciate that they're getting a new structure, which will be, I can say, much better to look at. And we don't have a structure in our backyard that will be affected by this new structure. And like they said, for 8 years, we have had a garage and a driveway. So we welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 033-2?
Hi, I'm Representative Monique Structure, not myself. The township, just if you're not aware, we have the top standards nationwide structurally. If you look at all the plans that you submitted, as far as wind rating, any kind of permitting issues, township is already licensed, the building itself, all the materials have a 60-year lifetime on it. The building that we're building, we actually guaranteed for 10 years. So, in all effective purposes, the building that we're replacing is by far better than any building that was there before.
Great, thank you.
I'm giving you the address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deidre Murphy, the township 4710 Jefferson Highway. Is the office space.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant for this docket 03-2? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? I did have a question. I'm not sure who may be the best person in terms of the design team that the applicant had mentioned a couple of times that the existing area that staff had suggested as a location. I want to say that it's and just trying to understand, I know in the comments, you indicated that the current condition of that space is not conducive for a parking pad or a parking location or garage location. Okay, so I'm just trying to understand if it's something that could be, to bring it, into a condition that is workable as a location. I understand maybe at the current conditions, it may not be, but is it something that can be brought into a better condition?
Well, that question is obviously you can make something that exists that would the structural needs of that pad. However, it's not an option because it's the tenant's property. It's their size. It's their yard. There was never two garages on the same property. The garage we're asking to replace has always been on our side, which is a narrower side, built along that property line. 1.6 off the property line, and it has been located where it is for the 80 years. There is no other access to that garage from any other part of the property because of the division of lots. There's a fence between the two sides in the back and one driveway in the front. That tenant, their garage is not usable where they are. So we would have to ask that tenant to move the car every time that we would want to get in or out or vice versa. So it's not logistically feasible to have a driveway between two tenants who may not be home at the same time. The logistics of getting the cars in and out, and that there would still not be near away from the existing garage 5 feet. So it would still not be compliant with structure, even if you did forward to satisfy the rear setback. And we built it, and we did a driveway So I think there's a lot of reference to the tenant. Clarification, the other unit, is it a rental or is this? Okay, so describing it as the property theoretically is still within one parcel. So it's the property owner's property, how they configure that site in order to fit this layout is to the owner of the property. Unless there's some type of spelled out provision that prohibits you from.
It is in all of the rental agreements that we provide because it is the yard for the tenant. That yard includes driveway and the garage.
But I think that, but the concern is that that tenant lease doesn't supersede zone.
No, it doesn't supersede zoning. I understand that. Where we're asking for is to have a new where an old just old. It's exactly the same, it's exactly the same, exactly the same location. No difference. It's just what you're asking is if we could have left an old garage there, that would have been a better option than building a new.
Okay, so maybe this is probably a better way for me to phrase it. In terms of the justification of what you guys are looking for, it should be less about the tenant usage of the site. Because that, again, it doesn't help you get past what the 9 criteria are. If we're going solely with how it, well, I go too far down that rabbit hole. Question is that, since this is tied to storm-related damages, were there not any provisions in place that they may be able to apply for a different permit to replace the structure that was there?
I believe there was a 1-year time period that they had to apply, and that time period has lapsed.
Make sure you come to the mic before you.
So when they originally purchased the building and we applied for the permit, it was within a year. So, if you look at the original application,
So was the permit, when you applied for the permit, did it redacted or?
they required a variance at that point. And that's where we went and they went and got a survey. And to answer your other question about doing the garage on the other side, it's not just structurally what's there that would be taken down. They'd have to pour a whole new concrete pad per.
So I'm just, need to get you to the punch on that one. Anything related to an additional structure, that gets tied into financial hardship, and that's one of the criteria we can't review by.
Okay.
So just.
Okay. So, okay.
However, what you were saying was for the purpose, it was within a year, but because it required variance, that's what we're doing.
Never mind.
Okay. Well, I can.
Just from the, so I'm agreeing with you in terms of if the date in which you applied for it was within 1 year of the event, that's a different.
Any questions from the board?
Motion's in order.
Proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 026-23, my motion is for a 30-day deferral at the request of the applicant.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 026-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, seconded by Commissioner Eggins to defer the matter 30 days at the request of the applicant. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
We will now begin with new business for variances. Item 5, docket number 30-23.
This is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a 2-family residence with insufficient front yard setback, insufficient interior side yard setback, and insufficient rear yard setback. So this is a request to build a 2-family residence on a very irregularly shaped lot. which creates a hardship for the applicant. In addition, there are several other undeveloped parcels in the area. So this development will be an overall improvement in the neighborhood, and the request does meet each of the 9 criteria for variances. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the request, subject to 4 provisos.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 030-23?
Yes, I am.
You can come up, please. If you could give your name and address for the record.
My name is Sandy Heiser Nadu, and my address is 4000 Davie Street, Unit 107, Warren, 70122.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you wish to add?
I would just like to say that when we build this project, get this development underway, it will be an improvement for the area, and it will be beautiful. It will be well-maintained.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 030-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
A motion to order.
Yes.
Madam Chair, in regards to BZA docket number 030-23, a motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waivers of Article 13, Section 13.3.A.1, Table 13.2 for front yard setback, Article 13, Section 13.3A1, Table 13-2 for interior side yard setback and rear yard setback. Accepting that the 9 criteria have been met, move for approval with the 4 noted provisos.
Second.
With regard to BZA docket 030-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Item 6, docket 031-23.
BZA docket 3123 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 22, Sections 22.8A1BIII and 2211D1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with a parking space in the corner side yard. The site address is 5255 Pratt Street. The subject property is located in the Mirabeau Gardens area of the Fillmore area and features frontage along Pratt Street and the Fillmore Avenue right-of-way. Due to the engineering required for the Fillmore Avenue to span the London Avenue Canal, the roadbed is much higher above grade than the portion of its right-of-way that abuts the subject property. Thus, there's no direct access to the property anywhere along its Fillmore Avenue frontage, so although it's technically a corner lot, it cannot function as a corner lot. This lack of a corner side access is unusual, but ordinarily would not have any effect on the applicant's ability to develop the lot with compliant off-street parking. Because a driveway and parking area could be located in the interior side yard and accessed from Pratt Street. However, there's a mature live oak tree on Pratt Street that blocks access to the subject property's interior side yard. The Department of Parks and Parkways requires that the tree be protected during construction, so removing it is not an option. If the rear yard of the property could be accessed directly from Fillmore Avenue, compliant parking could possibly be developed there. And if the large tree were not blocking access to the interior side yard, compliant parking could be developed there. Neither of those conditions exist for the subject property, so neither of those options is available to the applicant. Accordingly, the staff finds that the request meets all 9 criteria for approval and recommends same, subject to 3 provisos.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 031-23?
Christian Valentin, 4504 Clear Lake Drive, Nevada.
Thank you. Did you have anything else that you wish to add? Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 031-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes.
With regards to BZA docket number 031-23, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waivers of Article 22, Section 22.8.1B3 for permitted vehicle parking, and Article 22, Section 22.11.D.1 for parking pad design, and move for approval, understanding that the 9 criteria have been met in acknowledgement of the 3 noted provisos.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 031-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 3 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Evans,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Item 7, docket number 032-23. This item is BZA docket 032-23 for the Audubon Aquarium located at 1 Canal Street in the VCP Bucare Park District. The request is for variances from the provisions of Article 24, Section 24.13.G.3.B.I, and Section 24.13.G.3.B.III of the CZO to permit more than 1 sign for the structure and to allow each sign to be greater in area than the maximum 8 square feet allowed. The applicant is proposing to replace 2 existing signs on the structure on the Canal Street and Badine Street facades and to add a new 3rd sign on the Bienville Street facade of the structure as part of a renovation to the aquarium. While the number of signs is proposed to increase, the total signage area as proposed will be reduced. The staff finds that the unique location of the Audubon Aquarium, sitting adjacent to the riverfront and along Canal Street but beyond the flood wall, create conditions that are unlike other properties in the VCP zoning district. Staff analysis found neighboring properties enjoying rights for both the number of signs and the square footage of signs more aligned with the proposal. Based on this report, the staff believes the requested variances of Article 24, Section 24.13.G.3.B.I, number of signs, and Article 24, Section 24.13.G.3.B.II, wall sign maximum area meet 9 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances of Article 4, Section 4.6.F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variances subject to 1 proviso.
And please note the recusal of Commissioner James for the record for this item. As the applicant present for BZA docket 032-23.
I'm Haley Robinson with SPB Mez Ripple on behalf of the applicant at 365 Canal Street, 31.
Thank you. Did you have anything you wish to add?
I don't. We really appreciate the staff report that came out about our asks and appreciate the recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 032-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
Motion's in order.
Yes, President.
Regarding docket number BZA 032-23, move to approve the request for a waiver of articles number 24, section 24.13.G.3.1, article 24, section 24.13G3B3, article 24, section 24.13G3B3, wall sign maximum area, and the same for wall sign maximum area on each of those street sides. Accepting the staff's recommendation that the request meets all 9 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 46F of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, subject to one proviso. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. In regards to BZA docket 032-23, it's been moved by Commissioner Rufo, second by Commissioner Eggins to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to one proviso. Roll call vote. Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. And I'll get no fee, 1 recusal of Commissioner James. The motion carries. Thank you.
Item 8, docket 033-23. BZA 033-23 is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6.A.7, and Article 21, Section 21.6.P.2.E, Figure 21-5A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a detached garage with insufficient distance from the interior side and rear lot lines. The property currently contains one principal structure used as a 2-family dwelling of 2,300 square feet. There's also an existing accessory rear structure and a planned secondary accessory rear structure behind the principal structure. The applicants intend to reconstruct a demolished accessory structure, a garage, in the same position on the lot. The original garage was 1.5 feet from the General Diaz Street property line and 1 foot from the rear property line. The applicant intends to recreate the non-conforming garage that was demolished due to damage from Hurricane Ida. The garage is proposed to have a distance of 1 foot 6 inches from the General Diaz Street side lot line and 1 foot from the rear lot line. This is insufficient and necessitates a waiver request of 1 foot 6 inches and 2 feet respectively. Out of all 101 surrounding properties surveyed, the subject site is one of the largest parcels in the area with an area of 9,600 square feet. 98 of the surrounding properties have areas less than 9,000 square feet, with the average lot size measuring 4,800 square feet. Despite this property being significantly larger than the surrounding properties in the area, the size of the property cannot be considered a special condition because it does not limit the ability for the applicant to propose a compliant garage. The subject site also has an existing concrete slab on lot 24 that does not have an existing structure built upon it. While the tenant uses the existing carport and garage located on lot 23 and part of lot 22, there does not seem to be a logical reason to not build the garage on the concrete slab located on lot 24 with an extension to the driveway to the accessory structure. This location is not convenient, however, it is not equated to a hardship. The site plan also shows the proposed garage is about 6.5 feet from the rear of the dwelling on the property, which indicates that the structure could be moved 1.5 feet closer to the rear of the principal structure while still meeting the 5 feet requirement. While not fully compliant, this would be more compliant than the current proposal. Additionally, both the interior side and rear yards of the site on the Marshall Foch Street side appear to provide sufficient space to locate a detached garage. While this may be less accessible to the dwelling unit, it is an inconvenience and does not rise to the level of hardship. Therefore, staff recommends denial of BZA docket 033-22.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 033-23? If you could come up, please. If you could give your name and address for the record.
My name is Yvonne Raymond. The address is 859 Devon Avenue, Maryland 70124.
And did you have anything that you wish to add?
I would like to, yes.
If you could speak up a little bit, it's just hard to hear.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm going to read because I'm nervous. I'd like to address one of the items on the standards that the staff report indicated was not met. Yes, this is a large property, however, the duplex is split into 2 separate entities with separate entrances and separate driveways. The large downstairs unit has a gated and fenced-in yard. We as owners occupy a small upstairs apartment with the driveway on our side leading to our front and side doors. The garage that's been in place for 80 years and torn down after Hurricane Ida is for the upper unit. If you look at the site plan, it shows a sidewalk that runs across the back of the house. That sidewalk ends at a locked gate to the tenant's carport. The current tenant has grandchildren and previous tenants have had dogs. We base the rental of the downstairs unit on the premise that the tenants have a private yard. Additionally, the tenant garage is unusable, so tenants have typically been parking in the driveway close to the front of the house. The option to locate a garage in the tenant's private gated yard and create an extension from the driveway isn't feasible nor is running a separate driveway through the tenant's yard, since, as mentioned, we base the rental of that unit on the fact that they'll have the yard to themselves. The patio that's in the tenant's rear yard is not at all a slab. It's a broken up sinking concrete patio, not 3 feet from the back of the property line, so that wouldn't comply either. We've tried to figure out options that would comply with the zoning regulations, but none of them are practical or aesthetic. I hope you'll consider this information when rendering your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 033-23?
Good morning. My name is Ken Juno, 859 Navarre Avenue, owner of this property. Regarding standard item 6 of the staff report, due to the particular original design of the property, there is ground drainage near the garage. This drain helps remove water from the rear yard of the house. At best, the house is 6'2" from the proposed garage rather than the 6'5" as indicated in the report. Moving the garage forward from its current location will damage the drainage, compromise property and structure, and still not meet the 5-foot requirement between structures or completely satisfy the rear setback. A picture has been included with the application. Staff also reported mentioned slab on lot 24 as a possible location. This is the tenant's yard. It's a cracked patio from the original construction in the 1940s. It is not 5 feet from the tenant's garage. It is not structural. It would still not have the correct rear setback. Additionally, putting a new driveway would negatively alter the permeable area of the property. This is a duplex. It has always had 2 separate entrances, 2 yards, and 2 separate garages. The overall size of the property should not be considered for relocation. It is not an option for the second garage. Berkey and Ida left us little choice but to demolish the garage for the safety of ours and our neighbors. Approving the variance is consistent with improving the look and safety of the area and will not negatively alter the character of the neighborhood. For over 8 years, a garage has stood in the exact spot where we are proposing to put a new garage. Same footprint, same location, same roof line. Approving this variance would allow this part of the duplex the same right that is allowed to others in the area. In the staff report, based on its own analysis, over 70% of the home with accessory buildings in this immediate area are non-compliant with setbacks, and concluded that it is more common than not that the surrounding properties have non-compliant structures. The same consideration should apply here. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll have the answer.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 033-23?
Hi, I'm David Duplanche, 851 Navarre. I am the neighbor who has to look at the structure. I am the neighbor who had to watch the structure deteriorate. I'm the neighbor who had to see Ida's destruction. I am welcome to have a new structure to look at, one that won't follow my property, one that it would be great to have, as opposed to the old structure. And if the 18 inches was for my safety because of fire or things falling, there is still 6 feet from that structure to my structure. So I am definitely in favor of having them have a new structure that they can use and I can look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Helena Duplanche, his wife. I am here to please request that you allow the variance. Our home has been in our family since it was originally built. I have lived there 33 years. I appreciate that they're getting a new structure, which will be, like my husband said, much better to look at what they had before. And we don't have a structure in our backyard that will be affected by this new structure. And like they said, for 80 years, we have had a garage and a driveway there. So we really welcome the improvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 033-23?
Hi, I'm the representative that's building the structure, not myself, of course, with Tough Shed. Just, if you're not aware, we have the top standards nationwide structurally. If you look at all the plans that she submitted, you know, as far as wind rating, any kind of permitting issues, Tough Shed is bonded and licensed. The building itself, all the materials have a 60-year lifetime on them. The building that we're building, we actually warranty for 10 years. So in all effective purposes, the building that they're replacing is by far better than any building that was there before. Right?
If you could just give your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deidre Murphy with Tough Shed, 4710 Jefferson Highway is the office. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 033-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? I did have a question. I'm not sure who may be the best person in terms of the design team or the applicant, but I know that the applicant had mentioned a couple of times that the existing area that staff had suggested as a location, I want to say that it's the, you refer to it as the patio area.
Correct.
And just trying to understand, I know in the comments you indicated that the current conditions of that space is not conducive for a parking pad, for a parking location or garage location.
For multiple reasons.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand if it's something that could be repaired to bring it, you know, into a condition that is workable as a location. I understand maybe in the current conditions, it may not be, but is it something that can be brought into a better condition?
Well, the answer to that question is obviously you can make something that exists that would satisfy the structural needs of that pad. However, it's not an option because it's the tenant's property. It's their side. It's their yard. There was never a need to have two garages on the same property. The original garage that we're asking to replace has always been on our side, which is a narrower side, built along that property line, 1'6" off the property line. And it has been located where it is for the 80 years. There is no other access to that garage from any other part of the property because of the division of the duplex. There's a fence between the two sides in the back and one driveway in the front. That tenant, their garage is not usable. They have a carport and that driveway where they park. So we would have to ask that tenant to move the car every time that we would want to get in or out or vice versa. So it's not logistically feasible to have a driveway between two tenants who may or may not be home at the same time. The logistics of getting the cars in and out, and that pad back there would still not be away from the existing garage 5 feet. So it would still not be in compliance with structure to structure, even if we moved it forward to satisfy the rear setback and rebuilt it and we did a new driveway. The permeable area would have to be recalculated and there would have to be a new variance for that.
Just another question. So I think there's a lot of reference to the tenant. Clarification, the other unit, is it a rental or is this?
It is.
Okay, so describing it as the tenant's property, theoretically it's still within one parcel. So it's still the property owner's property, and how they configure that site in order to fit this layout is to the owner of the property, unless there's some type of spelled out provision that prohibits you from.
It is in all of the rental agreements that we provide because it is the yard for the tenant, and that yard includes the driveway and the garage.
But I think that, but the concern is that that tenant lease doesn't supersede zone.
No, it doesn't supersede zoning, I understand that, but where we're asking for is to have a new garage where an old one was. It's just replacing new for old. It's exactly the same place, exactly the same roof line, exactly the same location. No difference. It's just what you're asking is if we could have left an old garage there, that would have been a better option than building a new.
Okay, so maybe this is probably a better way for me to phrase it. In terms of the justification of what you guys are looking for, it should be less about the tenant usage of the site, because that really, again, that doesn't help to get past what the 9 criteria are. If we're dealing solely with how it, so before I go too far down that rabbit hole, question of staff, since this is tied to storm-related damages, were there not any provisions in place that they may be able to apply for a different permit in order for them to replace a structure that was damaged due to a storm?
I believe there was a 1-year time period that they had to apply, and that time period has lapsed.
Just make sure you come to the mic before you.
Sorry. So when they originally purchased the building and we applied for the permit, it was within the year.
Okay.
So if you look at the original application,
So was the permit, when you applied for the permit, did it get redacted or?
they required a variance at that point. And that's where we went and they went and got a survey. And to answer your other question about doing the garage on the other side, it's not just structurally what's there that would have to be taken down. They'd have to pour a whole new concrete pad
So I'm just, let me beat you to the punch on that one. Anything related to an additional structure, that gets tied into financial hardship, and that's one of the criteria we can't review by.
Okay,
So just,
all right.
just FYI.
So, okay.
However, what she was saying was when we originally applied for the permit, it was within the year, but because it required a variance, that's why we're here now.
Yeah.
That doesn't line up.
Okay, well, I can.
Just from the, so I'm agreeing with you in terms of if the date in which you applied for it, was within 1 year of the event, that's a different circumstance. Versus now, as I appreciate from staff, the reason why we're here is because it's being reviewed beyond that year time frame. So I'm just trying to just confirm, at least with staff, if that was actually the case, is there another remedy for this, or is that maybe a justification for us to get through the 2 remaining criteria?
Our staff would have to verify with safety and permits, because if they did apply within 1 year from the destruction, and if safety and permits approved that, then they would have been able to rebuild the nonconformity. And since they have been directed to you all for variances, it appears as though safety and permits did not find that that the nonconformity could be continued. We can try to look in our database if that would help you. We're pulling up our database right now.
So, maybe just as a.
Just to clarify, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, Todd. I'm sorry.
No, so actually what I was gonna just recommend is maybe deferring to later on in the agenda to give staff time to confirm if that's actually the case, instead of waiting until next month. So if you're okay with that, we may just push you back a couple items until staff can confirm when it was actually submitted.
Just to be clear, it's when we applied for the permit, not when it was issued, because obviously it couldn't be issued without the variance.
It would have to be the date of permit application, correct?
Okay.
Oh, that was actually a question to staff real quick.
The date of a complete permit application.
Well, we applied for the permit, so it was not complete.
Yeah, so
Could
that,
not-
yeah, because that's a tricky, so that's a tricky one in terms of saying what is a complete permit application? Because anybody could go into One Stop Shop, upload documents, and it could be rendered incomplete. But if that permit application has been put in place, traditionally what I've seen is that it's going through the process of review until the full application is processed and completed. So are you stating that it needed to be a permit issued within 1 year or a permit application within 1 year?
Our understanding from working with safety and permits is that they count the date of complete application when they're determining things like whether a certain IZD or overlay is in effect. They're not referring to the date of submittal, but the date of a complete application. But we would defer to safety and permits on that.
Yeah, because professionally, I've seen it handled differently. So if it's inconsistent, so yeah, if law department has anything they want to contribute?
For a point of clarification, you mean the date that the application is submitted, all the documents required are submitted, or are you saying that they give the stamp and say, okay, we're gonna move forward with? Okay. So, as Todd suggested, I think we should defer just to see how the application was processed and get back to that so we can properly determine what's going on. Do you want to?
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, if you're okay with that, I'm trying to at least give time to get clarity to when it was actually put in place. Otherwise, it's like a deferral to the next meeting, so I'm trying to at least get you an answer today.
So what I don't understand is how can one complete a permit that has to?
I'm on the same page with you of
okay.
what is considered a complete permit.
So I mean, just the submission of the permit would seem like we're trying to get the process going.
Are you okay with moving it back a few items so we can determine how the application was processed and whether it was determined by the submission date or by completion date? That's all we're asking. Can we move it back a few items? Okay.
And it's okay if you approve it too.
Just a question for clarification for moving it later in the agenda. Do we need to take a vote to move it to later in the agenda? So is there a motion to defer this item
Yeah. So, Madam Chair, for BZA docket number 033-23, my motion is to defer this item to the end of the new business agenda, to give staff time to confirm how the permit application was processed and at what date.
Second.
And just to confirm, this would be heard prior to the decision appeals?
Correct.
Because they're new business too. With regards to BZA docket 033-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins, to defer this matter to later in the agenda to be heard prior to the decision appeals. Roll call vote, Ty James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
Item 9, docket 03423, 1956 North Freer Street.
BZA 03423 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient rear yard setback. The petition site is in the Seventh Ward neighborhood with frontage on North Prairie Street. The site consists of Lot B, which is 31 feet wide and 26.11 feet deep, with an overall area of 806 square feet. The site is currently undeveloped with a history of single-family use. The proposal includes the construction of a single-family residence with the front porch and one off-street parking spot. The lot is deficient in that it would provide a rear yard setback of 3 feet, which is below the required 5.38 feet and necessitates a waiver of 2.38 feet. The Department of Safety and Permits determined as part of its zoning review that the subject proposal is not compliant with Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1 rear yard setback of the CZO. The applicant is seeking a variance to permit the single-family residence with insufficient yard setback. Based on its findings, the staff believe the required variance fails to meet one of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances, Article 4, Section 4.6.f. The standard not met reads, will strict adherence to the property regulations result in a demonstrable hardship upon the owner as distinguished from mere inconvenience? While the applicant does have an existing lot with an overall smaller lot depth, which is not normal of the development pattern for this neighborhood, strict adherence to this regulation will not result in a demonstrable hardship. There is sufficient space on the Parker Street side of the lot to allow for a reconfiguration of the 192 square feet residence being proposed while still adhering to the regulation. Due to this circumstance, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 034-23? Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 034-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions? Just clarifying that the, if you could give your name and address for the record.
My name is Patrick Davis. I actually live at 4429 Duplessis Street, but I do have property on at 2508 Parker Street in that area. I was just having some questions with regards to the direction that the home was going to be built with regards to those, the variances and so forth. This is my first time at one of these hearings, and just wanted to make sure that it's not going to affect my future project in any way. I think I did look at the map. I don't think it's going to affect it in any way, but I just had some questions regarding the direction that the house, or do you have any pictures of the area?
I have to see what is included on the staff report, and I asked for public comment, and the applicant doesn't appear to be present.
Okay.
So I don't know if staff may be able to clarify the question at that Mr. Davis is asking.
And your move on it is to...
Well, I haven't gotten there yet. Okay. I was just about to ask a few clarifying questions, so I'm not sure where it's going to go at this point. But the first question, before we get to the to Mr. Davis, I just wanted to clarify that the applicant was aware of the staff report and whether or not he or she had been contacted for today's meeting.
Yes. Yes, an email was sent.
Okay. And there was no contact on, a request for a deferral or anything from the applicant?
No.
And in terms of Mr. Davis's question in trying to determine the proposed configuration of the proposed site, how the applicant wanted to configure the lot.
Well, basically, the applicant has a very small lot, if you're familiar with the area, and they wanted to put what I can consider nothing other than a tiny home, a 192 square foot overall sized home facing North Prairie. I mean, I don't know if normally we would have a picture up, but if you want to see, that's the lot. Yes. That's the lot that's being, that's the subject of this. So they were requesting to build a 192 square foot single family residence facing Parker facing North Prayer with a on-site parking spot on the side of it.
Okay, right, and behind it, what is there? I
You
know
need
there
to-
was
you
a
need to
lot
come-
behind it.
You just need to come back to the mic. We just gotta
I'm sorry.
get the conversation on the record. Thank you.
I know there's a long lot, connecting lots. I know they just built a house on Roman Street, so I'm not sure if, Roman Street's, on the next street, intersects with the back part of that lot that comes from Prior Street. So the front of the house, you're indicating is gonna be on Prior Street?
The front of the house is gonna be on Palger, and,
The front of the house is gonna be on Park?
I'm sorry, the front of the house is gonna be on North Prayer, you're right, I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm looking at it, the front of the house is gonna be on North Prayer, and, the Palger, St. Anthony, and North Roman Street sides are gonna be unaffected by.
Right, okay, but I have a lot that comes on Parker that goes toward the back in that area, so I know there's another house that they built, on that lot that goes, that's on the Roman side, so there's a long area in there that crosses from Roman to Prior. So I'm trying to figure out how far or how deep are they coming in that area.
It would be subject to, this request would be subject to the size of the lot, which is 26.11 feet deep. So that's basically 26.11 feet from the beginning of the lot line that's facing Prior, and then going 26.11 feet back. So that's going to be the depth, and that is going deep toward, that's the depth towards the, that's the depth towards the North Roman, which is the back end of the property. Obviously on the other side of whatever property abuts that home from the back.
So the two backyards are gonna be adjacent, the Roman, Street property and the North Korea property, the two backyards gonna be adjacent?
I am unfamiliar to the way that the property on the Roman Street side is laid out, so I would not be able to accurately answer
I
that.
was just gonna say, the only information that we're gonna have is relative to this specific project. So we're limited, especially without the applicant being here as well. So I don't wanna get too deep into the details, because it's really just the little information that we have at this point before us. So a lot of those questions would really be better directed to the applicant, who's not here.
Okay, and just for the record, like I said, I have no objections, because I'm thinking how it will, how they do appear, and I think they will, that will be adjacent backyard. So if that is the case, I have no objections whatsoever. But I just didn't want them to squeeze another property in between there, and then that be affecting my area. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Are there any other questions from the board?
Just as a point of clarity, just seeing what's based in the documents, I think there's enough of a justification, but I just have a moment for pause that the applicant isn't present.
Sure.
So I think I would at least want to move for a deferral, just to at least have Mr. Hamp or Marcella available for questions.
Sure, and I'll reach out with a phone call and see if I could try to speak with someone and get an actual contact instead of just an electronic communication.
Thank you.
I'm not the applicant, but I can represent that. If that's fine.
Well, if you.
I work for the applicant.
You work for Mr. Hamp?
Yes.
So you're an agent, so then you are the applicant's representative. Yeah, if you have any comments?
Can you put your name and address on the record first, please?
Gregory Gourier, 1319 Newton Street, New Orleans 70114. So in reference to the gentleman's comments, it will not confer on his property. I have pictures, if that's what he wants to see. What's the question?
So my initial comment was just to make sure we had some at least documentation to address criteria number 6 for the 9 criteria, making sure that's clearly articulated to at least help support what the request was. So I mean, if you have anything that can speak to the property regulations that will not result in a demonstrative hardship, that's the remaining criteria that would need to be addressed. And I know that's you being put on the spot, clearly. So what I might still strongly recommend, since Mr. Hamp or at least someone else isn't available, to maybe still push for the deferral, so at least we could have an appropriate response to that last criteria.
Understood.
All right. If a motion's in order.
Yes.
Madam Chair, with regard to BZA docket number 034-23, my motion is for a 30-day deferral, so that we can at least have further documentation from the applicant to address the remaining criteria.
Second.
Thank you. With regard to BZA docket 034-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Defoe to defer the matter. Did you say 30? No.
30 days.
30 days. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Revere Diaz.
Yes.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
And should we go back to 9 or wait till the end? Just the end of the variances? Next item, item 10, BZA 3523. BZA 03523, the site in question is developed as a place of worship, and the structure appears on one second.
All right, item number 10, BZA docket 03523, is for the property at 2919 6th Street. The site in question is developed with a place of worship, and the structure appears on the historic 1937 through 1951 Sanborn map. The site was previously developed with a pole sign that served as a church, that served the church. The face and frame of the freestanding pole sign was destroyed during Hurricane Ida in 2021, and subsequently the pole has lost its legal non-conforming status. The Safety and Permits Department determined, as a part of its zoning review, that the subject proposal is not compliant with the provisions of Article 24, Section 2412D1, Table 24-2, and Article 24, Section 2412D2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. The applicant is seeking variances to permit the freestanding monument sign with insufficient distance from the front lot line and excessive height. The applicant is proposing to construct a monument sign 1 foot from the front property line where 5 feet is required, and with 7.5 feet in height where up to 6 feet is permitted. Based on the staff's report, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 035-23?
Ulysses Landry, 5753 Wickfield Drive, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70122.
Did you have anything that you wish to add?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 035-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
For motion to order.
Yes.
Madam Chair, in regards to BZA docket number 035-23, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation as it believes that the 9 criteria have been met in the 2 noted provisos for the requested waiver of Article 24, Section 2412D2, freestanding sign setback, and Article 24, Section 24.12.D, Table 24-2 for freestanding sign monument height, maximum height, excuse me.
With regards to BZA docket 035-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 2 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Item 11, docket 036-23. Next item is BZA docket 036-23 for a property located at 1125 North Tontai Street in Treme neighborhood. The petition site is roughly rectangular in shape, extending most of the block face of Governor Nichols, and is a through lot with a double frontage condition on Governor Nichols Street and Ursuline Avenue. This is a request for variances from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.B.3.A, Article 22, Section 22.8.A.1.B.ii, and Article Section 22.8.A.1.B.ii of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. The applicant is seeking variances to permit the expansion of a residential care facility resulting in front and corner side yard parking, and seeking variances to permit off-street parking for the property with entry from a relocated existing driveway on North Rocheblave Street and exit via an existing driveway on Ursuline Avenue, where currently no development exists. If granted, waivers would permit front yard parking on the Ursuline Avenue side and corner side yard parking on the North Rocheblave Street side. Despite the site's history as a residential use, it operates similarly to a place of worship, school, or other institutional use. In most cases, institutional structures commonly take up a large portion, if not the entirety, of a square. This often results in parking beyond the front or corner side facade of the main structure. Further, the subject site is highly unusual in shape. For this reason, the applicant would not receive any special privileges. Additionally, while the applicant subdivided these portions of the site over the last several years in order to expand and consolidate, they did not cause a lack of parking that currently exists, which was a result of the original development. According to Odyssey House website, the main structure on North Tontai was completed in 1895, which was prior to the widespread use of the automobile. Based on analysis, staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variances. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variances subject to 3 provisos.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 036-23?
Yes. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. You can just
my name is Ed Carlson. I'm 1125 North Tonti. I'm the CEO of Odyssey House. We're actually celebrating our 50th anniversary this year. We're the largest eviction treatment provider here in the state of Louisiana. And our goal is to try to be good neighbors where we're located, because when our original structure was built, it was long before automobiles and a lot of other things were in place in the neighborhood there. The biggest complaint that our neighbors have about us is parking, because we've had a lot of off-street parking, and our staff have had to, and clients who are coming there have to park off-street. And this will help to relieve some of that problem. So that's our goal with that. And I'm here to answer any questions. Also, the architect and our project managers are all here to answer any questions also.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 036-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, Mr.
Madam Chair, in regards to BZA docket number 036-23, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for a request to waive of Article 11, Section 11.3.B3A for parking restrictions, location. Article 22, Section 22.8A.1B2, permitted vehicle parking location. And Article 22, Section 22.8A.1B3 for permitted vehicle parking location, corner side yard, and move for approval, understanding that the 9 criteria have been met with the 3 noted provisos.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 036-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo. to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 3 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Renee Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Bufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest. Yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Item 12, docket 3723.
This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 10, Section 10.3A, Table 10.2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit a mixed-use development, which includes a standard restaurant and cultural facility with insufficient minimum open space ratio, excuse me. The applicant proposes to rehabilitate the building, which was originally constructed in 1826, located at 730 St. Peter Street in the VCC2 Vieux Carré Commercial District, and return its ground floor to its previous uses of standard restaurant. They also propose to utilize the second and third floors as a cultural facility, which will house the Preservation Hall Foundation as it seeks to expand its multi-building educational campus. The scope of work involves a demolition of several small non-historic structures in the courtyard, removal of a previous hood vent and mechanical equipment, and the installation of new mechanical equipment in conjunction with the restaurant and archival space, all of which has been conceptually approved by the VCC. The proposed renovations are considered a substantial improvement, triggering the waiver application. While the project will actually increase the open space of the project from approximately 22% to 24%, it is still 6% deficient of the CZO's requirement. The structure's historic condition is generally in keeping with the historic geography of the French Quarter, where buildings often occupy the entire or near entirety of their lots. In Figure 2 and Table 1 of the staff report, you can see that a conservative estimate indicates that only 18% of surrounding lots are in compliance with this open space regulation. Given the site's historic condition and that the proposal is actually improving on compliance with the open space regulations, staff found that the application meets the 9 criteria and recommends approval subject to 4 provisos.
Thank you. The applicant can give his name and address for the record.
John Williams, and I'm at 824 Barone Street.
Thank you. Is there anything that you wish to add?
Appreciate the staff working closely with us to get this to this point, and just the proviso 4 requires that we have permeable surfaces, and that's not required in VCC2. It says none under there, so if you could take a look at that 4th proviso. I talked to Renee, the deputy director, yesterday, or I think a day or so ago, and she said she wouldn't know why we would be required to have permeable surfaces on these 2 little French, well, there's one, the 730 side is just all historic, flagstone already. That's probably what the Park Service and the State Historic Office of Preservation is going to require. So if you could just look at that 4th one, I brought the part in the comprehensive zoning that it says, we're not required to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Otherwise, it's great.
Anyone else here?
We are increasing the open space from 22 to 24%.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 037-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board?
Just a question to staff. Do you confer with that? Recommend that BCC is exempt?
According to the CZO, that specific section 10.3C, it states that all required open space shall be permeable. And so that's why we have that requirement in there. And this applies to all of the zoning districts in Article 10, which includes the subject district.
And I know traditionally when these applications go through, you guys are still doing this and still reviewing it with the different departments that still have jurisdiction here. So if there needed to be a waiver of the permeable requirement, would that happen at that level, or would they need to come back before BZA?
If a waiver is needed, they would have to return to BZA.
So, Mr. Williams, where are you saying that reference is?
I'm just gonna, if you just take a look at this says VCC.
So, Mr. Williams, I was asking you, Mike, if you could reference where you were seeing this?
We think everything else is great. I mean, this,
I'm asking where within the code does it reference that VCC is exempt?
when we looked up the general regulations, 10.3.A, which is referenced, we looked up the chart on 10.3.A, went to VCC2, came down to minimum permeable open space, and it has none. That's where. So,
Staff.
and my practice in the French Quarter is that, you know, we're actually having planting beds that are permeable. And we're working with the staff to make sure we don't, you know, we create an appropriate amount for this historic, you know, courtyard, which is full of historic flagstone now, and so is Preservation Hall side, the 726 side. We're going to join them together and make this facility for aspiring musicians and for the foundation. So it'd be nice to make sure they had the same, both sides have the same flagstone.
Got it. So I'm just trying to make sure and confirm with staff with regards to 10 point, his reference to Article 10, Section 10.3A is what he referred to.
Yes, Mr. Williams is referring to the bulk and yard regulations table that states the bulk and yard regulations for each zoning district in Article 10, including VCC2. And he is referring to the row that says minimum permeable open space, and under VCC2 it has none. However, they are required to provide a minimum open space ratio, and 10.3C says that open space must be permeable.
Thank you. Okay.
10.3C, okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board?
For motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, in regards to BZA docket 037-23, motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waiver of Article 10, Section 10.3.A, Table 10.2 for minimum open space ratio. Understanding that the 9 criteria have been met and move for approval with the 4 noted provisos.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 037-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins, to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Item 13, docket 03823.
The next item is BZA docket 03823 for a property located at 2310 North Prairie Street. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, Table 11-2A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient interior side yard setback and insufficient permeable open space. Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, Table 11-2A, interior side yard setback requires a 3 feet side yard setback on each side of a building. The applicant is proposing 0 feet setback on the right side of the proposed single-family dwelling, resulting in a waiver request of 3 feet. Article 11, Section 11.3.A.1, Table 11-2A, minimum permeable open space requires a minimum of 30% permeable open space. The applicant is proposing 19.5% permeable open space, resulting in a waiver request of 10.5%. The staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance subject to 4 provisos.
Is the applicant present for BZA docket 038-23? Is there anyone here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 038-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Has there been any communication with the applicant?
Yes, the applicant emailed that it was running late and was trying to attend, but he was stuck on a job. But he did email me today that he is aware and accepts all the provisos.
You have that via email?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. For motions in order?
Yes, President.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 038-23, my motion is to accept the staff's recommendation for the requested waivers of Article 11, Section 11.3.8.1, Table 11-2A for interior side yard setback, Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11-2A for minimum permeable open space, and move for approval, understanding that the 9 criteria have been met, and noting the 4 provisos.
Second.
Thank you. With regards to BZA docket 038-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Evans,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Are we ready to go back to,
Yes, will the board make a motion to rehear item 8?
Madam Chair, make a motion to suspend the rules and go back to BZA docket number 033-23.
Second.
thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins, to suspend the rules and return to BZA docket 033-23. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. We'll return to discussion of BZA docket 033-23. And just to remind you, we're seeking clarity on the timing of the permit application.
So staff found within our LLAMA land management system, the application was submitted to safety and permits on December 28th of 2022. Revisions were requested by Todd Breckman on January 10th of 2023, in which the suggestion was made if there's a hardship to request a variance for the interior side and rear lot line setback. Hurricane Ida made landfall on August 26th of 2021. Therefore, the 1-year deadline would have been in August of 2022.
So just a question back to that applicant, do you agree with that timeframe? Because, I'm sorry, I did not hear. They were saying that the noted application date was in December of 22?
Yes, the application was accepted on December 28th of 2022. Comments came back from safety and permits made by Todd Breckman on January 10th of 2023, in which the recommendation to seek a variance if there is an identified hardship was made, or come into compliance with the rear and side yard setbacks for the structure.
So my question to the applicant was, when did you guys actually submit a permit?
Well, the permit was submitted initially by the Tough Shed dealership, and that was, it was October when we first, initially we were having trouble finding a contractor. And so
So I'm just trying to make sure exactly what date it was submitted on.
when we,
Well, what date are you guys saying that you submitted an application? If it was October, it is past 1 year.
by 2
Tough
months,
Shed.
by 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1 year, it's a 12-month duration, so we can't give grace in terms of how we review it if it's not handled within a time frame that it's allowed for. We don't have the discretion or jurisdiction to supersede that time frame. So, I mean, my only concern is that it just gets into a misrepresentation of fact. of when the actual application was submitted. So the reason why I even moved for the deferral was based off of the comments that you guys provided, saying that you did it within a year. It sounds like it was well beyond.
Understood.
Okay.
And I think, just to get back, Commissioner James, I think that was the first part of your comments. So I think you may, I don't know if you had any follow-up questions based on the answer to that, that initial.
I was just trying to at least make sure that so the reason for that was just making sure that every administrative remedy was at least there for you guys, instead of it just being a BZA waiver, so that we're not creating any form of a precedent if we were to agree to that to those remaining criteria. But I'm just trying to do it the appropriate way without just granting something at first blush.
Just to clarify some of our internal processing, when we look at these projects, we need to make sure that they meet the 9 criteria. And when we see opportunities for a different design or a different way of laying it out on the site, it makes it very hard to justify the criteria. And while there was a shed there on the site, the history of the board and the history of the determinations, once it's been demolished, it no longer has its rights. So that's the challenge we're having here. Additionally, when I look at the plan, you got a very wide curb cut on the right side of the house. And there is a very clear opportunity to put a driveway on that side with some sort of structure back there. So I see a very clear alternative that was noted in the staff report. So the challenge for me is how do we, is there a way to get past the 9 criteria?
And I think that was part of what my initial questions, and Commissioner James kind of delved into it a little bit more, but the distinction between tenant rights versus the owner, and I think some of the concerns that there appears to be this division because it is a rental property. There's 2 properties on the parcel or 2 residences, and trying to make that distinction that even though you have these 2 residences, there's still ownership rights, and the rights are to the owner, not to the individual tenants. And so I kind of had those same.
Yeah, hang on one second. So then, and I guess the challenge in relation to that, because it's an individual property, and by right you can do this on the site. I mean, by right you could build more house. By right you could build an addition to the house that has a garage there. By right. So that's not a and what the relationship between the landlord and the property owners, that's not before us as a zoning issue. So.
Yeah, the rental, the tenant rights, and I think Commissioner James said it best. I would have said it, but he got to it first, was that the tenant rights don't supersede the zoning requirements, and it goes back to this issue of seeing these alternatives, whether or not it impacts the tenant, and seeing these alternatives, it makes it difficult to satisfy the 9 criteria when you can see these alternative locations. That was kind of, I'm not speaking for everybody, but that was just kind of my thought process.
Lowering the property value.
You have to speak into the mic, I can't.
Would lowering the property value count?
I mean, it's
if you're running a driveway up another yard, which is a really nice yard, and it has trees on the side, the patio in the back is a patio. It's ugly, it's broken, it's stinking, it's not any place to.
So I will say this, anything you would do, and especially with what's being proposed by staff, from my professional opinion, would not bring down the property value, it's only going to increase it, because it's still allowing you to do some form of an improvement on the property. So anything you add to it only adds to its value. And trying to, and the other part again comes back to, within the 9 criteria, we can't look at financial hardship, depreciation of value of the property as a justification.
Regarding that location for another garage on property that was not part of our side, we would have to.
So again, that's
that's what I'm just clarifying what I'm trying to speak on. We would have to cut a new driveway, new curb into the street, a new fence, because that does not allow for the tenant.
No, I'm looking at your site plan, right? You actually have a very wide driveway there. You could just
No.
have
That's
a,
just a little parking.
There's only an 11-foot single driveway.
okay, well,
But in doing that, we would have to increase the driveway across the yard.
so, let me back up. So a garage parking space is not required by code, right? It's not a requirement of the house. You got a totally, you have a compliant parking spot. So this is a benefit to the property owner. So it's actually improving the property. So, I mean, what you could do is you could build an addition. I'm playing architect here. You could rebuild the carport as a two-car garage, and that would potentially side by side and have a driveway. Yeah, you have to add a driveway, but that's to your benefit. So if you want two parking places and two in a garage, then that's a solution. So I have
But it's not a solution because it would take away the yard that we have for pets or.
Sure, but that's a choice to have that parking space. Yeah, you don't need to have the garage.
So we
You
should
just have
have
an open
left
parking.
the garage there as is in the dilapidated form.
No, I think it
Shouldn't have
actually boils
demolished
down to when it was demolished, 1, 2, and I know we're kind of going down a rabbit hole, but more importantly, it's the timing of the application. It's the 1-year time frame that wasn't met, and you would have been able to preserve your rights based on the timing of that permit application.
That I
But I
understand.
I think we need to, because I gotta avoid the back and forth. If the staff has some other information you want to provide from the clerk.
Yes,
And
we
actually,
followed up
Nick was
with
here.
the Department of Safety and Permits, and they do have a clarification on that.
Thank you, Nick.
Hello?
You may need to take that,
Just-
just use that thing.
Hello, Nick Kendall with the Department of Safety and Permits.
Turn it back on.
Hello? Okay, there we go. Hello, I'm Nick Kindle with the Department of Safety and Permits. So I did look up the 1-year issue, and that you have to submit an application within 1 year for a non-conforming use, but there isn't the same deadline for a non-conforming structure. So getting a permit application in within a year isn't necessarily a requirement in this particular case. I don't know anything about any of the other details related to this case. There are certain limitations with that as well. I don't know if this is increasing it beyond what was there originally, if it's any bigger. Okay.
Yes.
So it's possible that variance might not even be required in this case if there isn't that 1-year deadline to submit the permit application. So this is something that if it's deferred, we can look into this and determine whether or not a variance is required.
So, I'm sorry if I'm giving you all grief, because I actually am totally sympathetic to what you're trying to do here. So I mean, I would personally move to defer so you guys can figure this out. When you get those.
Yeah, because you just said, it sounds like you said two things.
Yeah.
In terms of they may not need to come in front of us. So maybe it is appropriate for the deferral to just, let's make sure and confirm. I'm trying to, again, it was the whole premise in the beginning. 9 criteria makes this conversation way harder than it needs to be, so we're just trying to go around that type. Like to say, go around it. Trying to get to the point of where you guys are trying to get the answer. So, Madam Chair, the motion's in order.
Are there any other questions from the board?
May I ask a question? When you refer to a deferral of how long?
It would be a 30-day deferral, but depending upon what is discovered by safety and permits, to Mr. Kendall's point, if there is not a need for a variance, then there's no need to come back, and that question may be answered well before that 30-day window. If ultimately it's discovered that the variance is needed, then the matter will be back on our agenda for next month. So for the June meeting.
And just as a note for the board, it's very difficult finding a contractor. And that was one of the reasons why it delayed it longer. We finally went with Tough Shed because they were able to do it. That was one of the delays.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, but you will notify us when or if that deferral
Yeah, I'm sure, staff or safety and permits would be following up depending on the outcome of the research that they're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion's in order.
Yes.
Madam Chair, for BZA docket number 033-23, motions for a 30-day deferral.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second, I believe Commissioner Eggins first, to defer the matter 30 days to allow for some additional research on the staff side. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Romero Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
We will now begin with new business for Director of Safety and Permit Decision Appeals. Will the chair please read the hearing rules for decision appeals?
Yes, rules and procedures for public hearings, appeals of the decisions of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits. The following procedures shall be observed during the appeal hearing. Each speaker shall give their name and address prior to speaking on the proposal. The representative of the Department of Safety and Permits shall present to the board the decision which is under appeal, the relevant code sections relating to the appeal, and any information explaining the department's decision. The applicant or representative will speak next. The presentation shall be limited to a maximum of 5 minutes for each applicant or representative speaker, but in no event shall the cumulative presentation total by applicants or their representatives exceed 15 minutes. Proponents or persons in favor of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. Opponents or persons in opposition of the proposal will speak next and be allowed 3 minutes per speaker. The applicant or representative will be allowed a rebuttal. The rebuttal shall be limited to a cumulative maximum of 5 minutes. For an exceptional case, the time limitations may be extended by the presiding officer with the approval of the board. As the board deems necessary, the case may be acted upon at this meeting or deferred for additional information or review. If the case is deferred, it will be acted on at a subsequent meeting as provided by law. All proper parliamentary procedures shall be followed, including recognition of speakers, relevance of argument, and absolute prohibition of applause or demonstration. Standard of review. The Board of Zoning Adjustments has the power to hear and decide appeals where it is alleged there is an error in any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by an administrative officer in the enforcement of the comprehensive zoning ordinance. The board also has the power to hear and determine appeals from applicants who have been refused a building permit because of a violation or conflict with the zoning ordinance or the official map of the city. The applicant's appeal to the Board of Zoning Adjustments is governed by Section 5-408 of the City of New Orleans Home Rule Charter.
The next item is item 14, BZA docket 039-23 for the property at 1225 Fern Street.
Good morning. Once again, my name is Nick Kindle, Zoning Administrator with the Department of Safety and Permits. Relative to 1225 Fern Street, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of permit number 22-28038 RNVN, allowing for the renovation and conversion of a multifamily residence 5 units with 8 bedrooms to a multifamily residence 4 units with 11 bedrooms with alleged insufficient off-street parking spaces in accordance with the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District. The subject property, 1225 Fern Street, is a 4-unit multifamily dwelling. On September 15th, 2022, the contractor applied for a building permit to renovate one of the units within the structure, and the permit was issued on January 12th, 2023. The subject property is located in both the University Area Off-Street Parking Overlay District and the current University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District. The overlay has been in effect since November 18th, 2021, and the IZD went into effect when City Council adopted Motion M22449 on October 6, 2022. Therefore, the permit was submitted when the overlay was in effect prior to the IZD coming into effect. During the review of the permit application, the zoning division requested that the applicant apply for zoning verification for an established multifamily dwelling due to the subject property being a 4-unit multifamily structure within a HU RD2 two-family residential residential district. Confirmation of such determination is required prior to the issuance of permits related to the property. Documentation was provided that confirmed the existence of multifamily at this location, including energy accounts and historic Sanborn maps. Floor plan drawings indicated the layout consisted of 4 units backed up by recent tenant leases. The structure was validated by the department as a 4-unit established multifamily dwelling under CZO Article 20.3 W1B on January 9th, 2023. With regards to the building permit that is being appealed, no additional off-street parking is required. According to CZO 1830B2, this off-street parking overlay shall apply to new construction and any renovations of existing structures that result in an increase in existing bedrooms or bathrooms as determined by the Department of Safety and Permits. The scope of the building permit would do the following in one dwelling unit: replace tile, new kitchen cabinets, new bathroom vanities, replace and level flooring, patch wall trim, and replace molding, replace tiles, electrical work, new AC system, replace moisture damaged sheetrock, paint, insulate the attic, repair 2 windows, and install new appliances. There is nothing in this scope of work that would increase the existing number of bedrooms or bathrooms, or even add, remove, or alter any existing walls. Therefore, no off-street parking requirement shall apply to this renovation. Furthermore, in accordance with the overlay district requirements, Article 18.30 of the CZO, an additional vehicle parking space is required for each new bedroom in the structure. However, exceptions to the provisions of additional parking are provided for renovation of existing dwelling units where the total number of bedrooms is 4 or fewer. In this case, the total number of bedrooms in each unit does not exceed 4, exempting this property from the provisions of additional parking spaces. As such, the permit is compliant with the overlay regulations. Therefore, the zoning review was completed and the permit was issued. The department believes that the building permit was approved in accordance with the comprehensive zoning ordinance, and for the reasons stated in this report, the department's decision should be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 039-23?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jim Logan. I have lived in the Carrollton neighborhood for over 50 years, and for roughly 23 years now, I've lived with my family at 1222 Fern Street, directly across from 1225 Fern Street, the property under consideration for this appeal. As long as we've lived here, that building has contained a comfortable mix of just 1 or 2 bedroom apartments, but its new owner wants to amp things up to 2, 3, or 4 bedroom apartments in 4 units for a total of 11 bedrooms. This jump in density is simply too much for the building and too much for the neighborhood, a view shared not only by myself, but by more than 40+ neighbors who have submitted letters of support for this appeal. I have limited time this morning, and I don't want to waive anything that was sent in letters that I might not be able to get to today in my presentation. Point 1. The interim zoning district enacted by the City Council on October 6, 2022 applies to this permit. When the permit was first submitted, it was an incomplete application, and as such could not be processed without further steps and information. Zoning section 3.2.b states that staff, quote, shall review an application to ensure that all required submittals are included in the application and determine whether the application is complete. When an application is found to be incomplete, staff, quote, will not process the application until the deficiencies are remedied. As an anecdote, last fall, after sometime in mid to late October, I ran into the new developer out in front of the street and we were talking. And he was explaining to me how he was having trouble getting the proper zoning information and permits from the appeal, and he actually asked if I could help him in some way. And I said, I don't know what the details are that you need. I didn't think I was the right person to do it. And then I think it was in early November that some of the zoning verification material started to come out. Here, a zoning,
Correctly, because I filled my card out incorrectly. I think initially you're asking if I support the appeal.
Yes.
Yeah, so I am the home, my name is Linda Woolard. I live at 1233 Fern Street, which the number may not show that I actually am the next door neighbor. So I've been watching, and I just want to say I like the new owner. I think he's a nice person. I've been in my home for 26 years, so I've lived next door to that property for 26 years. I think the colloquial term for what was the previous owner is slumlord. So it has not been a great property to live next door to. So the new owner has been very communicative and responsive to me, which I like. I have no problem with the fact that they have 4 units there. It's always had different various tenants. The 11 bedrooms was a shock to me to find that they were trying to fit 11 bedrooms in there. I believe there is more work being done on the home than has been indicated. I don't know if you've been to see it, but I have been able myself to watch what's happening there, and it seems a lot more extensive than what you're reporting over on this side. So I don't know what you need to know from me, but looking at our street last night with neighbors standing outside, there's not sufficient parking for 11 additional cars or even 5 additional cars to our street. So I do believe there is going to be a problem with this, and I don't know what other information you'd like to have from me, but I know that all the other neighbors on our street find this to be problematic and are quite concerned that it was approved, that 11 bedrooms were approved.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant?
My name is Suzanne Leckert. I own the home at 7916 Plum Street. My house is just around the corner, about 4 houses down from 1225 Fern Street. I'm certainly in support of Jim Logan's appeal of this decision. From everything that I've been able to review of the plan documents, of what's going on the property, this is an addition of bedrooms. And as everyone else has said, there's certainly not sufficient room on the street for additional parking. Quite honestly, there's not enough for just what we have right now. And so this is highly concerning to me as a neighbor, not just from a parking standpoint, but from a density standpoint. I understand that yes, the structure has been a multifamily dwelling for quite some time, and they have every single right to maintain it as such. And I have to say, I was very excited to see it being renovated. I think that's, a wonderful thing to happen. And yes, they retain the right to keep it multifamily. The addition of new bedrooms is what is highly concerning and why I support Jim Logan's appeal.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant?
Susan Johnson, 2822 LaPage Street. I am not paid to be here. I am a native of Carrollton, went to public schools in Carrollton, and I've got an organization, Town of Carrollton Watch, that studies the dorm development phenomenon. I've been following it for 3 to 4 years. I support Jim Logan in his appeal of the decision to issue a non-structural permit for 1225 Fern. University Area Overlay amended IZD is intended to protect the neighborhood against inappropriate development by private dorm developers. Neighbors are now in their 4th year of governance by this IZD overlay, soon to be an overlay again, supposed to be enacted as early as May 4th, this Thursday at the City Council. It's not confirmed that it's going to be on the agenda for sure, but we're watching. So since we started with the IZD in March 2020, switched to the overlay enactment November 18th, 2021, standards were too permissive. Standards of the overlay were way too permissive. We had to put a break on development. So October 6, 2022, amended IZD back to the old standard of 1 parking space off-street per new bedroom. Okay, so the problem is, for many of these applications, like this one, which of these ordinances applies for the given application? And Mr. Kindle's report says the permit was submitted when the overlay was in effect prior to the IZD coming into effect. Well, that is true. It was submitted when the overlay was in effect. And Mr. Reddy, in his public comment of April 24th, says permit was applied for on September 15th, 2022, prior to the enactment of the October 6, 2022 IZD. And zoning was therefore required to review this application under the overlay. Well, it's not about submission of the application, it's about when the application is deemed complete. Ms. Hernandez mentioned that earlier in another context.
Ms. Johnson is given the time.
Okay, well, my point is we need an objective standard by which we can know when the application is complete, not when it's submitted. We all know that.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant for reasoning after 039-23? Anyone here in opposition?
Ramesh Reddy for the Coffee Lawyer. How you all doing this morning? Just here for any questions. Happy to answer them. Thank you for your service.
Would you give your address for the record? So I was trying to catch.
Yeah. My home address?
Yeah.
6037 Perrier Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70118. I just did want to say that one thing. If parking is the issue, ultimately, I think there is actually ample room for parking there. It sounds like that's a resident issue here. That's a good concern, but I'm going to leave it last time. We have right now in terms of the application.
Anyone else here in opposition for this docket 039-23? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
So I'm back to talking about old apartment number 3 and new apartment number 2 that he wants to change. And in the record, when I filed my appeal, I submitted information including a lease that he had from a prior tenant and also a Zillow listing for the apartment that showed it was a 2-bedroom apartment. But his plan showed that he wants to increase the number of bedrooms to 3. And what I have in the record on that is there were some blank plans submitted of what they wanted to build, and here's the space as it was previously as unit number 3. And then the plans in there, and I find it interesting when we're only looking at one unit apparently, full 4 units are submitted into the record. But anyway, in this one here, it now shows it's 3 bedrooms and a kitchen. That's it. There's a bathroom. But this is an increase, I submit, of at least 1 bedroom, 1 new bedroom. There were 2 before, there's 1 now. My third point, and therefore I think the additional bedroom space triggers under the 2022 IZB the requirement of an additional parking space. Third point, this new apartment 2B will have 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bath, but no living room. The CZO's very definition of a dwelling unit, section 26.6, among other component parts, it requires, among other component parts, a permanent provision for a, quote, living space, which in common usage means a living room. In short, under the CZO's own terminology, any apartment that does not include a designated living room cannot be considered a legal dwelling unit, and a building permit should not have been issued for a use which is not allowed under HU RB2 zoning. An apartment with only 3 bedrooms and a kitchen is by definition simply not a legal dwelling unit. It's more in the nature of transient housing, such as a guest house, or a rooming house, or a boarding house, or a hospital, or a de facto private dormitory. But again, it cannot be considered a legal, quote, dwelling unit under zoning law, and is thus an illegal use for which this permit should be given. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board? I have a couple. First off, I just wanted to question to staff, just trying to get to this discussion of a complete application versus an application that's submitted, especially just given that we had this discussion earlier today. And so the question is, does the requirement to review this under the IZD require that the application be complete or be submitted prior to the institution of the IZD?
So the answer is they're going to have to submit a complete application. And so what that means is they're going to have to submit all the required documents for the department to be able to review the application. So we don't have to complete all the reviews, and there seem to be comments made to that, you know, this review wasn't complete until this date, and that doesn't matter because it's them submitting a complete permit application. And so also I would like to address that, you know, the determination of it being a complete application, the department does have a memo related to that spells out what documents are required to be a complete application. And so there is a memo that does kind of spell that out. It is kind of tricky with a lot of these non-structural renovation permits because the scope of those permits can vary like widely into, you know, essentially a complete multi-million-dollar renovation to, oh yeah, I'm like replacing my cabinets sort of thing. So it can be a little bit of a judgment call on what would kind of constitute a fully complete application submittal for a non-structural renovation permit application. And finally, I would like to note that the law department has weighed in on this, and it's under the BBSA's jurisdiction, the Board of Building Standards and Appeal. They're the ones who ultimately make any determination on whether or not an application is complete or not, because it deals much more with the submission of certain plans and those sort of things that are within, you know, the BBSA's kind of area of expertise.
Sorry, and I just want to add one point. Ashley Becknell, Chief Zoning Official. Yes, that determination, Nick is correct, is usually made by the Building Division and appealed to the BBSA. However, I just want to make it clear to everyone that it's not infrequent that we request additional information that does not render an application incomplete. The department just in certain circumstances needs additional details to fully evaluate and make a zoning determination, even on a complete application.
And you kind of answered my next question. I was just going to ask in terms of the zoning verification, whether a question of that nature would render an application incomplete or not. So the application was complete as of September? I just want to confirm.
Can I get that, can I address that, please?
We're addressing the staff on a question. If we need to address you, we'll ask you at that time.
Well, I have a question specifically related to what they're raising.
I believe it was September 15th, 2022.
Those were all of my questions.
Yeah, I guess I'm just looking for some clarity on the number of, well, the number of apartments. Was one number skipped? Because there's apartment 6 referred to in the bills. It was like one, I couldn't find all the numbers, but one of the apartment bills was for apartment number 6. So clarified it was 5 apartments with the numbers didn't match the apartments.
Yes, that's correct. Oftentimes we'll find that, there probably was additional apartments at some point in the past and probably apartments got combined. So I think our determination was that there were 4 apartments in this building.
Right. And then the apartment numbers and all that, I just went through with my house and having to change all the apartment numbers because of GIS reasons. So the numbers aren't good. It's going to be kind of hard to follow sometimes in these cases. It doesn't imply necessarily that there's a change in the apartments.
That's
Right.
correct. There was a departmental rules and regs promulgated in, I believe, 2016 or 2017 that set addressing standards citywide based on GIS concerns. So we are attacking that 2 ways. One is sort of going citywide and examining addressing street by street, but we also do it anytime a permit comes in where our addressing team hasn't looked at it. And the purpose is to standardize those on a citywide basis. So in this case, when this permit and the multifamily determination came in, we flagged it for our addressing team to check it, and they determined that it needed to be updated for GIS and uniformity purposes.
Okay, and then my last question is related to the apartments. So there were 8 bedrooms, 5 apartments, now there's 11 bedrooms. I'm confused by the math and also what the question that was raised about living rooms and what the standards are with that.
So as far as I know, there are 4 apartments and the number of bedrooms, I believe, is 11 based on what was submitted by the applicant. And so based on the scope of the permit, it was essentially like updating fixtures and, some MEP work. So it wasn't anything that was changing walls or doing anything that would make it subject to the university overlay district.
So maybe to clarify my question, when we have these come before us, this has happened a lot. Is it how we're calling rooms on a plan versus what the actual built area is, like where the walls change? I have a hard time because I'm trying to review this and I don't know where the existing drawings were versus new drawings. Is there an existing plan in here? Does that matter?
I believe the existing and proposed plans are one and the same, since there isn't that change in wall, or there weren't any changing walls or doing anything, like the permit was for renovation of one of the single units in the structure. And so, given the scope of the permit, it didn't seem like they were adding walls, tearing down walls, doing anything that would physically change the layout of the structure. So that's why there isn't before and after, it's all one and the same. Existing plans are the proposed plans. And I don't have any information on how previously the rooms were used versus how they are going to be used in the future, but that's not something that the department necessarily has jurisdiction over. It's just within the language of the university overlay district. It's just when they are doing a renovation that changes the layout of the rooms that, those regulations come into play.
And The university overlay only applies when there are 4 or more bedrooms. Because this came in under the overlay, and none of these proposed units, even if there was a change, are over 4 bedrooms, they are not required to provide parking under the overlay. We do recognize that the frequently changing rules make it difficult for the public, this board, and our office to apply these, so we do try to explain which rules we're operating under. Here it is the overlay, which is no longer effective, but was in effect at the time this permit was submitted.
I think just in terms of Commissioner Diaz asked this question too, and this distinction of, or this requirement that there be a living area, is that actually a standard for apartment buildings, that there be a designated living area per unit?
There's nothing in the CZO that requires there be a living room. I believe he's correct in the language, and I don't have it right in front of me, but within a dwelling unit, you're supposed to have, permanent provisions for living. So, you have efficiency apartments and those sorts of things where you've got combined living and sleeping rooms, or combined living, dining, kitchen spaces. And looking at the plans, I mean, they seem to be kind of like larger open living spaces that would be probably used for combined, like kitchen, living room, but there isn't anything in the zoning ordinance that says that you have to have a living room.
And one other question, I think that's still important. When you're looking at the existing plan versus proposed, and in terms of how you guys come up with the total count of bedrooms, are you looking at it on a unit by unit basis, or are you looking at it in an aggregate basis of the entire structure?
It depends. For the university overlay district, the exemptions are per dwelling unit. So I think we look at if it's less than 4 bedrooms per dwelling unit, it's exempt. But in determining if the university overlay does apply, then we look at it across the entire structure. So if they go from having 12 bedrooms and 4 units to having 14 bedrooms and 4 units, then they would be adding 2 bedrooms, and they would be required to provide 2 additional parking spaces.
Any other questions from the board? Is there a motion?
I'd like to address something with our staff.
If you're requesting something if you're addressing something with the staff, you would need to do that after this item is, we're at the point of making a decision on a motion.
Right, but it goes to the decision and what they've told you as a basis to make that decision, which is wrong.
Just out of fairness to the question, if you want to provide additional clarity, let's try to keep your comments limited to maybe 2 minutes max.
Mr. Kendall made passing reference to a departmental memo, and I'm looking at something in June of 2015, standards for complete application. Effective immediately, a permit application will not be considered complete by the department unless such application is submitted with information sufficient for review. And clearly that was not done here. If you have to go out and get other permits and other reviews and other things done to then be able to do it, it's by its own nature. I mean, this whole squishiness is...
Well, I think, and I mean, I don't want to get into a back and forth, but I think the question was asked and sufficiently answered what would be considered a complete application, and requesting clarifying questions and clarifying information does not in and of itself mean that an application is incomplete. And so I think there's been sufficient discussion, unless a board member still is unclear, but I believe there's been sufficient discussion to clarify that the application was complete at the time. I believe it was September 15th.
It seems to my ear that what he said was literally contrary to the memo. The only other point I'm going to make is a neighbor just told me that they have in fact been adding walls inside the building. So again, this is one of these things where I don't know who goes out and looks at things. We're kind of there, we see people coming and going, I see a huge trash pile. there's a lot more work going than sprucing up one unit. And I've just been told that they are adding walls.
Thank you. Yeah.
Just to address that real quick, if they are exceeding the scope of the building permit, that's an enforcement issue. We can send out a permit inspector who would take a look at it and make sure they're doing things in compliance with the building permit, but that
And that's
doesn't.
what I was just gonna bring up, so.
And just one other, just quick question to staff, and this is not really, I understand how the 2015 memo was done, because that was when the change of the CZO from the previous to the new CZO went into place, and what constitutes a complete application in order to preserve the rights of what was the old zoning versus new. That's why that memo was initially drafted. The second part is with regards to the instrument of an application, so drawings. And I'm not sure if this gets into how some of the future legislation is being handled or how it has been formed to date. Are you required to have a stamped set of drawings by a licensed professional when that plan is submitted? Or is it in the case someone can issue a sketch and that's what the counts as well as the scope is being qualified from?
It really depends on the scope of work of the building permit. If it's new construction or a structural renovation, those are going to require those stamp drawings, I believe 60% for the AIA standards. If it's a non-structural renovation permit, to get the permit, you're not required to have architectural plans, so you don't need to submit those plans for it to be a complete application, because those aren't necessarily required, because you aren't doing structural work that would require an architect or an engineer.
So, and the only reason why I bring that up, I'm not saying it necessarily impacts how this is reviewed, but I think for the sake of clarity and in terms of how that instrument is supposed to support what you guys are reviewing by, that may be something that this department may want to look to get further clarity on. My point of concern is when looking at what's in these documents, it's an AutoCAD drawing, which I'm not sure how that plays into it, but it's using a software license as opposed to a professional record developing those documents to certify what the existing conditions were. Just a point of concern.
Yeah, just to underscore that, I mean, I think, I don't know what the legislation is these days, but it seems like it's hard for us to review. We're being told, oh, there's this many bedrooms, and we're only being presented with the proposed plan. It's hard to know what was there and what's not there, and, struggling a bit with these.
And I think part of it too is to understand the distinction between if there's clarity needed versus if it's sufficient. We as the non-safety and permits professionals may have these questions, and I don't want to make it seem as though because there's questions that somehow it means that the application is incomplete. And to Commissioner James' point, I mean, we've had multiple applications where a person literally draws their plans out on a piece of paper. So it really, I think it is hard to have this hard and fast rule when even amongst the documents we looked at today, there's any number of things that meet what a plan is, from literally a hand-drawn out square versus full-fledged, I don't want to misuse the term, I'm not an architect, so I don't know what a full-fledged plan would mean, but just saying that I think to Mr. Kendall's point, it really does depend on the circumstances. And going back to this particular issue, I think it was clear, at least speaking on for my question, it was clearly addressed that what was considered complete based on, again, I don't want to mistake, the building BBA standards. Thank you. That this application was complete as of a certain date to determine whether or not what would apply for IZD versus overlay versus the different standards that we were reviewing under. Just want to try to clarify and narrow, get to the point of what we were considering for these purposes, not taking away the concerns that you're presenting, but getting back to what was the questions before us.
there any other questions from the board? Is there a motion?
Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
With regards to BZA docket number 039-23, my motion is to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits, finding that there was no error in the interpretation of the comprehensive zoning ordinance.
I'll second.
With regards to BZA docket 039-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, seconded by Commissioner Diaz, to deny the appeal, finding that there is not an error in the decision of the Department of Safety, Director of Department of Safety and Permits. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
The next item is item 15, BZA docket 040-23 for the property at 2842 Coliseum Street.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again, Board. Ashley Becknell, Chief Zoning Official, here about 040-23, 2842 Coliseum Street. Relative to this address, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the issuance of permit number 21-28198-ACCS, which permits an accessory structure on this property. Appellant is counsel for the neighbors who reside at 2841 Chestnut Street. Appellant argues that this structure should not be allowed on the rear property line under CZO 21.6.A.7 and should not be allowed as an accessory structure at all under CZO 21.6 or 21.7. The permit applicant submitted the relevant application to construct an accessory structure in 2021. At that time, he was advised by the zoning division of the department that a variance would be required to build the project as proposed for excessive rear yard coverage and insufficient interior side yard setback on the right property line. That variance was denied by this board. However, that decision was overturned by the Civil District Court on appeal. Therefore, the variances at issue were granted by the District Court. In accordance with that decision, the department permitted an accessory structure containing a home office as originally sought by the applicant. This accessory structure is situated within 3 feet of the right property line as permitted by the District Court and within 3 feet of the rear property line as depicted on the attached drawing. CZO 21.6.8.7 provides in pertinent part that a detached accessory structure may be built on the interior side or rear lot line provided there is no existing structure on the adjoining lot located on or within 3 feet of the common interior side or rear lot lines. Here, the accessory structure is located within 3 feet of the rear lot line and within 3 feet of the fence at 2841 as is visible in the attached rendering. Thus, on this point, there is no factual disagreement between appellant and the department. Where we differ, however, is in determining whether a fence should constitute a structure for purposes of 21.6.A.7. The department believes that it should not. While the definition of structure is expansive, fence is separately defined and does not use the term structure in its definition. Fence, an artificially constructed barrier of wood, masonry, stone, wire, metal, or a combination of materials erected to enclose, screen, or separate areas. CZO 26.6. The department does not require fences to be specifically permitted as a structure unless they exceed specified heights. As a result, there are not reliable records of which property lines are fenced and which are not, making application of 21.6.A.7 to fences practically difficult. Furthermore, if we were to include fences within the category of structure in 21.6.A.7, it would lead to absurd consequences. Homeowners would be prevented from each building fences on their property lines. Even more absurd, where an accessory structure exists within 3 feet of a property line, a neighbor wanting to fence their yard would be required to situate the fence 3 feet back from the property line, effectively losing the use of a 3-foot strip of their yard. Given this interpretation, the department believes that this structure may be permitted within 3 feet of the rear lot line, even though there is a fence on the neighboring property on the lot line. The department is investigating the allegations made by the appellant that the permittee is building closer to the lot line than allowed by their permit, which is an enforcement matter. Appellant's second argument is that a home office is not a permitted accessory structure. Appellant cites 21.6R, arguing that because home occupations are not permitted in accessory structures, a home office is not a permitted accessory use. The department believes that home occupations and home offices are different uses. A home occupation is an independent business entity which requires an occupational license, 21.6.R.13. However, many people have rooms in their home which are used as offices but which do not support a home occupation. These rooms may also be designated on plans as studies or libraries and provide a space within the home for its occupants to perform office-like activities, such as using a desk and computer. This use is clearly accessory to the use of the home as a dwelling. 21.6.II permits accessory structures in the required yard. Even if that language were not meant to be as expansive as it appears on its face, 21.6.A.1 provides that all accessory structures and uses are subject to the requirements of this section and the permitted encroachment regulations of 21.7 below. Additional accessory structures not regulated in this section may be regulated in 21.7. This makes it clear that the CZO does not consider the types of accessory structures and uses listed in 21.6 to be exhaustive. Furthermore, 21.7 states, unless otherwise permitted or limited by this section or 21.6, permitted encroachments are subject to the general regulations of 21.6.A. Again, this points to the CZO allowing an expansive view of accessory structures with general rules applicable to all accessory structures, and more specific rules applying only to certain structures and uses. Because a home office is accessory to the principal dwelling unit use, we properly permitted an accessory structure that met all CZO requirements in 21.6 and 21.7 containing this accessory use. Given this, the department's decision should be upheld.
Is the applicant present?
Good morning, Jeff Good on behalf of the applicant. I need to sign back my card after this. So 2842 Coliseum has developed quite a docket both here and at CDC. The prior litigation instigated by the owner involved side setbacks and lot coverage. To be clear, the court in that matter did not order the issuance of the building permit as asserted in the homeowner's response. That variance was ultimately approved and is not contested. In fact, while this appeal may affect the Sweeney property, it is first and foremost an appeal of two interpretations of the zoning department. So regardless of the outcome today on the permit, and this is very important, regardless of the outcome on the permit, this action calls upon the BZA to review the city's interpretation of the zoning code under section 4.8.b. The first interpretation is whether an accessory structure is a rear yard. I'm sorry, I'm talking loud because they can't hear well back there. The first interpretation is whether an accessory structure is in a rear yard constructed for the purpose of a home office is permitted. Section 21.6 of the zoning code sets forth pages of enumerated permitted accessory structures and uses. The lead-in to section 21.6 of the code clearly states that only those accessory structures permitted by this section, or section 21.7, are allowed to be located in the required yard. The enumerated permitted structures includes ramps, boat docks, carports, fences, walls, gazebos, pool houses where there is a pool. These are all structures. To be clear, section 21.6II is clearly meant at the end to allow for sheds. Even read broader, the conflict in this subsection and the conflict and that in the lead-in would be subject to the interpretation rules of section 1.4G, in which case the more restrictive regulation applies, and therefore you must fall into one of the enumerated categories. The city does not need to sign back my card after this. So 2842 Coliseum has developed quite a docket both here and at CDC. The prior litigation instigated by the owner involved side setbacks and lot coverage. To be clear, the court in that matter did not order the issuance of the building permit as asserted in the homeowner's response. That variance was ultimately approved and is not contested. In fact, while this appeal may affect the Sweeney property, it is first and foremost an appeal of two interpretations of the zoning department. So regardless of the outcome today on the permit, and this is very important, regardless of the outcome on the permit, this action calls upon the BZA to review the city's interpretation of the zoning code under section 4.8.b. The first interpretation is whether an accessory structure is a rear yard, I'm sorry, I'm talking loud because they can't hear well back there. The first interpretation is whether an accessory structure is in a rear yard constructed for the purpose of a home office is permitted. Section 21.6 of the zoning code sets forth pages of enumerated permitted accessory structures and uses. The lead-in to section 21.6 of the code clearly states that only those accessory structures permitted by this section or section 21.7 are allowed to be located in the required yard. The enumerated permitted structures includes ramps, boat docks, carports, fences, walls, gazebos, pool houses where there is a pool. These are all structures. To be clear, section 21.6 II is clearly meant at the end to allow for sheds. Even read broader, the conflict in this subsection and the conflict and that in the lead-in would be subject to the interpretation rules of section 1.4G, in which case the more restrictive regulation applies, and therefore you must fall into one of the enumerated categories. The city does not identify any enumerated category to permit an accessory structure for a home office. Rather, the city's interpretation is that the type of accessory structures and uses listed in 21.6 and 21.7 are not exhaustive, and that any accessory use is permitted. We respectfully disagree. This interpretation would drastically undercut the restrictions established for the enumerated categories. For example, if you want to build a pool house but don't have a required pool, all you need to do is call it an accessory recreational room or an accessory home office. Again, the CZO is clear that only those accessory structures permitted in these two sections are allowed in a required yard. This interpretation of the city would establish a new catch-all category, allowing any number of unintended accessory structures. The second issue is whether a fence is a structure under the CZO. This is important because in certain districts, accessory structures may be constructed up to the property line if there is no adjoining structure. Now, as Ms. Bicknell says, we freely acknowledge that unlike the prior issue, there are practical ramifications here either way the BZA rules on whether or not a fence is a structure. For example, if a fence is not a structure, homeowners could now be free to build up a wooden fence all the way to an adjoining wood structure, all the way to an adjoining structure on the property line. Now, structures are defined as anything constructed or erected, the use of which requires more or less a permanent location on the ground, or attach something with a permanent location on the ground. As Ms. Bicknell points out, the definition of a fence does not specifically call it a structure, but there are other structures under the CZO, including the term warehouse, that does not explicitly say that it is a structure, and clearly a warehouse is a structure. Now, landscaping is not a structure or an erection on the property if you're reading the other side's report. Fences, though, are constructed, and if they are cemented in place, as my clients, then those have a permanent location on the ground. 21.6N specifically lists fences and walls as accessory structures that falls in a section of the code regarding structures and uses. If it's not a use, a fence is not a use, it must be a structure. Now, we can spend hours here having a policy discussion on the issues Ms. Bicknell raises, but under the CZO, a fence in our view falls under that definition. Now, again, whatever happens today on the building permit, these interpretations are very important, so we ask that you do not make a decision on altering Lobo. Yes, we care about the building permit, but if you hold the interpretation of an accessory structure can be used for anything, that door will be open for clearly unintended structures all over the city. If you uphold the definition on interpretation on the definition of a fence as a structure, this will create maintenance and safety issues for property owners as well. We are asking the permit be revoked as our third request, particularly because the neighboring property owner, despite applying for a permit to construct an accessory structure on the same foundation, violated the permit and they're constructing the structure much closer to the property line. My time? Right. You can't obtain a permit under false pretense and then turn around and call your neighbor disgruntled when they find out that you're doing something months later after you start construction. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 040-23?
My name is Alain Hardin, 3203 Britannia Street. I'm president of the Garden District Association. I was sent over here by the board to read this letter, which is our position because these decisions that you make go way beyond just the people. in front of you today. This appeal involves a dispute between two neighbors in the Garden District. However, the answer to the two specific questions before the BZA will significantly impact future development of accessory structures throughout the city, especially in its historic core. Speaking at the direction of the Board of Directors of the Garden District Association, we respectfully submit the following. The GDA objects to the unnecessarily broad interpretation provided by the staff of the Department of Safety and Permits relative to section 21.6 and 21.7. Merely because an accessory structure is subordinate to the main structure does not dispense with all other use requirements and authorize their approval. We are concerned that such a decision will allow for just about any and all accessory structures. The intent of the CZO is to restrict such structures, and the limitations must be followed on a citywide basis. Second, we are also of the view that a fence is, in fact, a structure as per the definition in the CZO. To rule otherwise would create unintended exceptions to the law. On another note, we are concerned with the lack of notice given to all neighbors in the situation at issue. This problem likely would have been avoided had the adjacent property owners been put on notice early and at all times in the process. Anything that can be done to correct this day is appreciated. We trust that the city and the BZO will take these comments as constructive. We pray that the interpretations of the department be reversed and corrected. We also ask that this letter be made part of the record. If that's appropriate, I would ask that it be filed in the record.
We need to take a motion to accept this document. Is there a motion to accept the document into the record?
To accept the document.
It's been moved by Commissioner Rufo, second by Commissioner Eggins, to accept the document as read by
Elaine Harden.
I'm sorry.
Elaine Harden?
Thank you. By Mr. Harden into the record. Roll call vote, Ty James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
And I thank the board. Thank you very much.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 040-23?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. I am Rivers Along, the adjacent property owner. I reside at 2841 Chestnut Street. I just wanted to provide factual background in addition to the legal issues that are presented to you today. I was contacted in July 2021 by my neighbor, and I was told the project was starting within days, first I'd heard of it, and that we needed to establish our property line for the project to go forward. I agreed to meet with his architect. I asked for two questions. How high is the structure going to be compared to the existing gazebo? I was told to be approximately the same height, a little bit higher. And then I asked for a drawing of where he thought the property line was. And he provided it to me. And the first thing I noticed when I got it was the maintenance alley that had been there for 50 years had disappeared. I moved into the house in 1973 as a child. It's a family home. And all prior owners had informally maintained a maintenance alley between a series of accessory structures on the Sweetney property and a series of fences on my property, roughly 3 to 3.5 feet wide, which has allowed both sides to maintain their properties. There's no legal agreement to this effect. I spoke at Kevin Sweetney's request to his architect, and I said, I just don't understand how, if you get rid of the maintenance alley, assuming that is the property line, that either of us can maintain our structures. And it seems to me it's a fire hazard because you're showing about 8 inches, which is going to fill up with vines, and then they're going to die. And there's no way to remove them, and we're going to create a combustible mass between my fence and your building. My fence connects to the neighbor's fence, and the neighbor's fence beyond that connects. And I was told the answer was I should tear my fence down to accommodate their building. I said, look, I'll entertain that, but let's talk about what this is going to look like. So we started talking about it. And then I learned, well, it's not really going to be the height of the gazebo, which is maybe 10 feet. It's going to be 18 feet high, a big blank wall overhanging my courtyard. And I tried to compromise. I said, look, either maintain a maintenance alley, or let's knock this height down some, so it's less oppressive as an aesthetic matter. I was told neither was acceptable to the Sweeneys. We reached an impasse. They proceeded with construction. I contacted the city, sent out an inspector. The inspector, for reasons unknown, shut down work based upon their failure to have a permit to demolish the existing gazebo instead of renovating it. I had never raised that issue. It wasn't my issue. The work didn't start again until January of this year, a year and a half. I wasn't aware of the variance proceedings that were going on. No one notified me. I wasn't aware of the court action that was going on. But frankly, I didn't object to the side setback or to the yard coverage. That wasn't my issue. Mine was the rear setback and the height of the building, finding some compromise. And when I tried to talk to Brian Gill, who's appointed to represent Sweeney's, he kept saying, well, it's just a matter of the zoning code. You know, we need to build on the line and your fence needs to get out of the way. And that's when we got into this zoning dispute over, is a fence a structure, or is this building got permitted use? I just wanted to give you this background.
Thank you. Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 040-23? Anyone here in opposition?
Good afternoon, my name is Rebecca Miller, 801 Pantala Street, New Orleans, Louisiana 70124. I am here representing the Sweeneys, the owners of the property that is subject to this appeal. And I just want to make sure that we're staying on task here. There was a building permit issued in November of 2022 that is now being requested by the applicant to be revoked. We are way beyond any appeal periods for that building permit, whether it's through the BZA or the Board of Building Standards and Appeal. We are way beyond that. I know we've mentioned that, you know, there's a question or there's a concern about where the building was constructed on the back, but that's an enforcement issue. It's being built, you know, as per the plans that were approved in the building permit. It's being constructed according to those. But if that is a question, that is an enforcement issue and not an issue for today. And with respect to the substantive issues that are raised about fences and accessory structure uses, I would say I don't know that a zoning interpretation is the correct avenue for discussing those. Zoning interpretations are supposed to be limited to situations that, you know, are readily addressed by interpretation and that will not add or change the essential content of the ordinance. What they're talking about in allowing all fences to be labeled as structures is going to have, as they've admitted, sweeping consequences. You know, just a couple of the examples in the report that was given is, you know, people will have to put their fence 3 feet off their property line if there's already a fence on the property line. They lose 3 feet of their yard. So I don't know that this is the right arena for that type of decision. And I would also say on the home occupation versus home office issue, we 100% agree with the staff report that this is a home office that's allowed. A home occupation is clearly a business that's being run out of a home that requires an occupational permit. If everyone who did work at home had to get an occupational permit, I'd venture to guess many of us would be in trouble for bringing our work home or working remotely or, you know, working from home intermittently. And the work that is going to be done out of this house is Danielle Sweeney's work with a global surgery nonprofit. She works on providing training and education of surgeons in low resource areas around the world. So that's what we're talking about here. So with that in mind, you know, we would ask that the decision of the director be upheld and the appeal be denied. Again, because I think that this is way beyond its expiration date in terms of an appeal, and I don't think that.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 040-23?
Hello, I'm Kevin Sweeney, 2842 Coliseum Street, property owner, personal. I'm in opposition to the appeal as it affects me, but I agree with the staff report in the sense of that's how we proceeded. And so whatever negotiations we had with the neighbor who brought up those points, we still have the same interpretation. So to change any of our plans would have required other variances or done other things, and we've still built accordingly to the plans that we submitted and permitted. And the only thing I would add was that the order from the Civil District Court would seem to take precedent, take preference in this matter. So, but I don't think it should relate to the permit.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 040-23?
My name is Brian Gill Architects. Just wanted to clarify a couple things Mr. Lalong said about our meetings at the site. I met with him not once, not twice, but 3 times. I met with him alone. I met with him with surveyors, and I met with him with surveyors and the contractor. When this was going to go on the property line, he wanted to know where the property line was. Fortunately, his surveyor and our surveyor were the same people, so they could figure out exactly where the property line is. Everybody agreed on that. The Sweeneys offered to rebuild his fence at their expense and come up to each side of the building so that it continued. He would get back, in effect, a foot of his property because his fence is a foot onto his own property. So we offered to rebuild the fence. We offered to clad the back of the building with whatever material he saw fit at their expense. Nothing was satisfying him except he wanted the building lower. He did ask me to lower the building by 2 feet. And at that point, we'd already lowered it a foot. And I said, why should we lower it any further? We're within the zoning. We're 13 feet 9 inches to the mid slope of the roof. So I consulted the Sweeneys. They consulted an attorney. They said we were within our rights at 13 feet 9 inches at the mid slope of the roof. Why should we lower it any further? So we elected to proceed with construction according to the plans. So that's a little bit of the background on my meetings with Mr. Lalong.
Thank you. Anyone else here in opposition to the applicant for BZA docket 040-23? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
If you don't mind, we'll do it quickly, but 2 parts of it is one is factual, one is legal. First, the application for the permit was for building that was on the prior foundation, not on the property line. So at the time of the issuance of the permit, my client would not have, if he had seen the permit being issued, he wouldn't have objected to the location because it's on the prior foundation, which is set back. So it's not appropriate to hold him accountable to object to the permit months ago before the neighboring property owner then built on a different line. The zoning interpretations are consistently reviewed, they're consistently made by the Department of 16 permits. I know they spend a lot of time on those. It's a huge burden for them. This is a properly raised appeal on that point. If you look at our appeal, our application, we make clear that we are appealing first those 2 interpretation issues, and then we ask for the revocation of the permit. So again, this is an appropriate place to discuss these 2 interpretations that are very important to the city. On the home office, home occupation, in either event, the construction of an accessory structure for a home office is not a permitted enumerated structure under 21.6. And then, just to be clear, the order of the CDC court was that the BZA, you might recall this, that the BZA was to reverse its denial of issuance of 2 variances. Those were the side setback variance, and that was the variance on the lot coverage. Neither which we're objecting to. It is improper to sit here and say that the court ordered the issuance of the permit and they are constructing it under a court order. You all followed the court's order and you granted that variance, and that's all it did.
Brian and I have different factual memories at some points. Just want to be aware, I don't recall any offer to lower the height. There was an offer to hip the corners of it, make them kind of cut off in the corner. There was a complete refusal to lower the height. And we did try to, I tried to be practical. I think that Brian tried to be practical, but the Sweeneys simply were going to build it where they wanted to build it. There's a decision to be made on the law here. But I think on the facts, I don't think, as was represented in the filing, that there's a campaign of harassment. There's simply a disagreement as to what the Sweeneys are allowed to do, and we're here to listen to your decisions on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? I just have one to start with. I may have a couple. But can we first get to the timing issue and just understand if there is a timing issue on when this appeal was submitted versus when the permit, just the timing. I'm just trying to understand what exactly is being appealed and are we beyond the time constraints for that appeal?
It's not an issue that the department has raised in this case, but that doesn't mean that it's not something for this board to consider. So to that extent, I would defer some of this question to my colleagues in the law department. I believe that the sort of factual developments of this case have been presented. The permit was issued in was applied for in 2021. There's been some court history, and questions were raised, which we responded to in email form. In the past, we have allowed our emails to be appealed, but this is obviously a pretty fact-intensive case. So I think that there's valid points either way, and I'll defer to the law department as well.
Probably that.
As to the timeline of everything, that would be something that I have to speak to the litigation team with, as far as, what went on with the appeal of the decision, and have to take a look at the application and what happened from that point. So if that's the case, we would need additional time to determine the timeline of when everything was processed, submitted, if something was stopped and restarted. So we would need to take a look at that and speak with litigation as well.
Okay. Because I think it's fair to understand what exactly is the nature of the appeal, and that would better determine what we're clocking.
Able to do. Yeah.
Correct.
If I can clarify, the appeal, the judgment was issued in September of 2022, so all appeal time periods have gone on that. That was again for the variances. The building permit for what we were talking about, what they have asked to be revoked, was issued in November of 2022. So my point is, if they're somehow appealing that as part of the interpretation, the 45 days for appeal from that decision has also run. So that was the point that I was trying to make with the timelines.
And if I understood correctly, just from what Mr. Good presented earlier, it was the interpretation, not the permit. I think it was asking for the revocation of the permit as a result of the initial document. So I think if I did understand correctly, we're looking at them as two separate items. I think the revocation of the permit is totally separate from. I'm looking at this as purely a question for interpretation, and I think that's what the nature of the application is. Correct?
That's my question. I don't know if, because the request is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of permit number, and it lists the number and the determination that offense is not a structure. So it seems to be two.
It's an interpretation question.
I believe at some point in the email correspondence, there was a request for a stop work order, but I have to go back and look at that. So I don't know if that's part wrapped into what they're appealing.
So I think it boils back to clarification of the question at hand, which law department wants to just verify based off of what has been filed today. Let's make sure we have a point of clarity of exactly what it is we're truly, because the nature of your application does have multiple components, which causes a flexibility that would be rendered smooth versus the question at hand.
If I may say one thing, we will agree that there are two different appeal periods here. There is the appeal period on the permit, which we believe there is bad faith in applying for that permit, and therefore the appeal period should not run on that. And then there's a separate appeal period for the interpretation. And Ms. Bicknell's first email correspondence was that we are appealing on is February 2nd, 2023, and her second one was on February 14th. And in that email correspondence, we attach as attachment number 2 an email from February 16th when Ms. Bicknell, not directed us to, but advised that we could appeal on the basis of her email and to feel free to submit this thread along with our appeal. So regardless of needing more time on the permit itself, we don't believe that there's any question, maybe you want to address that on the actual interpretation timeline.
And I think what I'm needing clarity on is if there actually are two different periods that we're contending, then what's that issue is different. Then we may only be dealing with the zoning interpretation versus the issuance of the permit. That's where I'm asking for clarification on what would properly be before us at this point. If it is the zoning determinations from Ms. Becknell's emails, or if it's both those emails as well as the permit. So that's the question that I'm trying to get clarity on.
And to speak to you, the appeal of Ms. Becknell's decision, that's appropriately before us. As to the issuance, that will be past the appeal deadline as stated by the supporting attorney.
And that's the part that you would need additional time to confirm is the permit period?
Yeah, what happened with the litigation with Attorney Nicholson.
And
I can, just for your information, I believe that litigation has concluded, and there was a final order from the Civil District Court in the file that I'm happy to provide for the law department as well.
so we need to defer the matter to the next meeting to get clarity, or?
Yes, we can defer to the next meeting, just so that we won't have to be back to overturn.
And I know generally we can't split items either, so.
So I guess just a question to the applicant. You understand that the dilemma we have in front of us, do you guys have any point of opposition to us pushing for the deferral in order to get a clear line of direction in terms of what's within the jurisdiction, what's within our authority at this point?
That's acceptable to me.
You have to come up to the mic, I'm sorry.
Well, I'd love a decision on the interpretations today. It's acceptable. If you think it'd be better to proceed as all three together, then I understand that and accept that.
I'll just say there's a lot of attorneys in the room, so for the sake of both sides, I think it may be in our best interest.
And just so that I'm clear, so that we can appropriately brief out that issue if needed, what the board would like to determine during this deferral period is if the board were to find that the department had not interpreted the zoning ordinance correctly, then the question becomes, what ability does the board have to affect the permit based on that incorrect interpretation? Understood. Thank you so much.
The motion's in order.
Any other questions for the board? Proceed with the motion.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA document number 040-23, my motion's for a 30-day deferral to provide clarity and discussion on this outline.
Second.
With regard to BZA docket 040-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Rufo to defer the matter 30 days. Roll call vote, Ty James.
Yes.
Tamara Akins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item 41, BZA docket 041-23 for the property at 6417 through 6419 Caldwell Drive.
All right, relative to 641719 Caldwell Drive, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that the subject property is a permitted use as a 2-unit established 2-family dwelling. The subject of this appeal is the Department of Safety and Permits determination that the rear structure has past legal history as a dwelling unit. The subject property is located in a SRS single-family residential district in a dwelling unit in the rear structure makes for 2 dwelling units on the site, or 2-family residential, which is not permitted in the SRS district. However, an established 2-family dwelling is a permitted use if the structure has documented legal history of 2 units in accordance with CZO section 20.3 W1A. The property was originally developed as a single-family dwelling, and according to a notarized affidavit from the former property owner, the apartment structure in the rear was complete in the early 80s when it was his family home. The exterior architectural design and elements of the apartment structure are of the same area of those of the main house. Google imagery reveals the structure has been at this location since at least images that were recorded in 2004. While there is no permitting history for this address, the assessor's website describes the rear structure as a cabana and acknowledges the 2 separate structures as living space with graphical square footage and building footprint representations. Interior photographs were provided to historically authenticate the apartment. While most of the photos indicate cosmetic renovations and upgrades, a photo of the bathroom shower reveals tile work that appears to be several decades old, reflecting the longevity of the structure per the applicant's claim. A construction estimate provided as part of the renovation permit for the property included a specific reference to remodeling the kitchen by removing and replacing cabinets in the mother-in-law suite. The department believes that, combined with the research and the information provided, support the rear structure's use as a second dwelling unit. Under Louisiana Revised Statutes 95625, the city has 5 years to bring enforcement action to require compliance with the zoning regulation. Based on the evidence provided, it appears that the structure has been a dwelling unit for over 5 years, which meets the prescription period set in LARS 95625. As a result, an illegal use has not been cited for the city, has not been cited by the city for a CZO violation for 5 years, attaining legal status as a dwelling unit. A neighbor and president of the Lake Terrace Property Owners Association has submitted letters of opposition to the request. Both opponents state that the rear structure was only used as an accessory structure and was never rented out as a second dwelling unit. However, the appellant has not submitted any new information on why the department's determination was made in error. Therefore, there is no new evidence for the department to address. Based on the research and evidence provided in this report, the department's determination that the subject property is a permitted use as a 2-family dwelling was correct and should be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant present for BZA docket 041-23?
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Haskell. I'm the president of the Lake Terrace Property Owners Association. I reside at 1312 New York Street. Lake Terrace has always been a single-family residential neighborhood. It was established that way when it was built in the 50s by the then Orleans Levy Board. The future land use for this area is also post-war single-family residential, so it is always single-family residential. On March 17th, we filed an appeal Section 20.3W1 of the CZO applicable to two-family use dictates that an established two-family must meet the following requirements as confirmed by safety and permits. The structure must have a documented legal history of 2 units for a two-family dwelling as confirmed by safety and permits. Here, there's no evident, and legal non-conforming status has been confirmed by the Department of Safety and Permits. The CZO defines established two-family dwelling as a history of two-family use. There is no evidence of any source that 6419 has ever been used as a two-family residence, let alone a legal documented history of such use. To the contrary, all evidence provided to date indicates this property has always been a single-family residence. While it's correct that the property appears to have been originally constructed in the mid-20th century, there's no evidence that the property was constructed as a two-family dwelling. On 2/25/22, the act of sale states that the property was sold subject to all and any applicable covenants. Well, the covenant for my neighborhood is that it's a single-family dwelling, so he is not adhering to the covenants of my neighborhood. The tax assessor records refer to the second structure as a cabana, quote, which is defined in the CZO as an accessory building or portion of the main building used as a bathhouse or dressing area in connection with a pool or tennis court. A cabana is not a second family dwelling. No evidence has been provided that the second structure was ever used, let alone legally lived in by a second family. No leases, no bills, no nothing. To the contrary, the current owner has admitted in correspondence with the Department of Safety and Permits that the second structure is, quote, not on its own utility meter and has never been leased. I have all the documents. You guys have all the documents to back this up. I've sent in a big zip file with all of this. An affidavit has been provided by the former owner saying that there's an apartment been there since the 80s when it was his former family home. However, a new affidavit has been signed by the former owner of the home, and it was signed on April 21st. This was turned in my packet. It says, Stephen Gilbald, sorry, I can't pronounce his name. His childhood, he states that this is his childhood home. The resident's backyard is entirely comprised of a pool and a pool cabana. It was always a single-family residence. It was never rented or leased. Paloma Covington, the applicant's mother, convalesced and spent her final days there due to her illness. She was sick and couldn't get up the stairs in her home. That's the only time it was ever used that way. I also have a letter from a gentleman that you all have who lives directly behind the property, who was friends with the owners when they purchased it. The husband was a scientist, and so where it is stated that you guys think it was a kitchen, it was actually a science lab, and there's a lot of electrical outlets in this room for him to do his science experiments. There was never a kitchen there. The fact that the bathroom shower reveals tile work that appears to be several decades old does nothing to support the finding that the structure was ever used as a second family dwelling. To the contrary, this fact is entirely consistent with the assessor's information indicating the structure was built as a cabana to be used as a bathhouse or dressing area in connection with the pool, not a second family residence. The current owner of the property purchased it in February 2022. The second cabana structure on the property has remained vacant and unoccupied ever since, as evidenced by photographs provided by the current owner, a period of time well in excess of 180 days. As such, even if it could be argued that 6419 Caldwell Drive qualified for non-conforming use as a status as a two-family dwelling, such use has been abandoned, and the property is now subject to zoning provisions for a single-family dwelling pursuant to section 25.
That's the end of it.
Okay, that's fine.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 041-23?
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Thomas. I am here in a dual capacity. I'm the Chief of Staff for District D, but I also serve on the Lakefront Management Authority as the Chair of Recreation and Subdivision. I'm here in support of the appeal filed by the Lake Terrace Property Owners Association and their president, Ashley Haskell. Lake Terrace is a community which from its inception was and is comprised of single-family homes. The granting of multiple addresses on one plat is inconsistent with how this community was developed and impacts the investments of other residents negatively. I'm requesting that the above referenced property be rezoned to suburban lake single-family residential. Furthermore, before any changes can be made to properties in this subdivision, a letter of no objection must be provided by the Lakefront Management Authority. No such letter was provided, therefore the application for an additional address on this plat should not have even been considered. Please help the residents of Lake Terrace by overturning the decision denying the owners, denying the owners, the new owners, zoning for multifamily, two-family multifamily. I just want to inform you all that no application was made, no request was made to the Lakefront Management Authority to get a letter of no objection. And if he had made one, it would have been denied. This community is a single-family residential community, and it should maintain that certain status, and no exception should be given. It was a cabana, it wasn't a residence for somebody. All right, thanks.
Ms. Thomas, I just want to confirm, just because you indicated in two capacities, so can I just confirm, are you speaking on behalf of the councilman with the indication?
I'm sorry, the councilman lost my, council member is in support of the applicant as well.
Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant, please, docket 041-2, please?
My name is Gary Wallerman. I live at 6433 Paris Avenue. I messed up on my card because I didn't understand so I'm in support of Ashley's appeal. I live on, my address is on Paris Avenue, but my driveway backs out to Carlson, and so I'm a direct neighbor of this property. And there are two issues here. One, I've lived in this house for 9 years. There has never been anybody that has lived in this cabana in the 9 years that I have been a neighbor of that house. And number two, I think there's we have an ordinance, or part of the property owner's rules and regulations. You can't park your car on the street. You have to park in your driveway. Well, this particular property only has a single lane driveway for the house and for the backyard. So it would be impossible for, if this building was rented out, for that person to do anything other than park on the street, which again would be a violation of what the rules that we've got set up in the neighborhood. And as others have pointed out, this is a neighborhood of single family residences. It's lovely that way, and we would certainly ask that you all support the appeal on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 041-2?
My name is Gail Aspergaius. I live at 6422 Cartier Drive. I lived in the neighborhood since 1982. I have a cabana as well. And what makes Lake Terrace is that it is single-family dwellings. There's lots of green space. Cars do not park on the street. Everybody has a driveway, as you just heard. And I oppose that the permit was issued for a two-family dwelling. I think that would change the neighborhood, and I think it would be an awful precedent to have stored it in our neighborhood.
Anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 041-2? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm the owner of the property.
Oh, okay. I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So, I bought this property February 2022.
Come on up to the mic. Just give your name and address for the record.
Eric Hernandez, 6417-6419 Caldwell. I bought this property February of 2022. applied for a permit in March of '22. It took me a little while to get a permit because the city knew that there was a full apartment in the back. Mr. Giebalt, who has signed both of those affidavits, can clearly state that his mother lived back there up until about 3 years ago. So anybody that said that somebody didn't live back there is kind of crazy. He'll come up here to explain that he lived back there for a while, his mother lived back there for a while. There's a full kitchen, there's a full bathroom, there's a water heater to the apartment, there's an AC to the apartment. It's always been an apartment since 1982, and he can attest to that. Thank you.
Anyone else here in opposition to BZA docket 041-2?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Stephen Gilbo. I was the original owner, Ms. Palma Covington, and my father, George Gerald Gilbo's son. I grew up there in the property. The property was originally built to be a lab because my father was a chemistry professor at the University of New Orleans. Soon after they decided they wanted to make it a lab, they got divorced. So my mother converted it into out of the lab. It actually never was a full lab or anything. Turned it into a cabana/pool house. From that point going forward, I lived there from being age of 20 to 26. It had a full kitchen, 2-bedroom, full bath, and a full front room. And then central air and heat was added probably 15 years ago, 16 years ago. I lived back there again for 6 years and raised my daughter from the age of 2 to the age of 6. After that point, I moved, I bought a home in Gonzales, Louisiana to start business out there. And then my mother contracted non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and cancer, and she couldn't go up the stairs anymore. So she then moved back into the back house, and she lived there for about 7 years before she passed away 2.5 years ago. Anything else? That's it.
Anyone else here in opposition? The applicant has an opportunity to rebut.
Okay, there's two things I'd like to read you real fast. One is, this is the deed covenants from our neighborhood. Section 3, general, all lots in squares 1 through 18 and 20 through 33 of Lake Terrace subdivision shall be devoted to single-family dwellings. On these lots, all the usual uses normally allowed to private homes, such as by professional men who operate dentists, doctors' offices, nurseries, clinics, etc., therein will not be permitted. So even our restrictions, it says single-family. This is how it was built. I also want to read you guys an email between Todd Breckman and Mr. Hernandez. That's also in the file because I got it from public records request, and it shows pictures and it talks about how Todd, I don't have any further this was November 9th, 2022. I don't have any documentation. I just brought the property, I sent an affidavit from the previous owner. I have nothing else to show the building has been there. Can't you go on Google Earth and look at it? I've been trying to get a permit now. How do I fix up the house? It's not on its own meter, so I won't have any to show utilities, anything. Here's the current pictures. That's one conversation. Another conversation with Todd Breckman, who happens to be the person, the zoning official who gave the permission to do this. On November 7th, 2022 at 1:30, Todd Breckman, can you provide further documentation of longevity and existence of the second dwelling unit? November 4th, can we get an update on the documents uploaded? Please see the mother-in-law affidavit. It says, this letter is to verify the apartment in back has been part of the home and was completed in 82 or 83. There have been some updates since. This was my family home. That was the original affidavit. Then on September 15th, 2022, Todd, this property has never been leased. I recently bought it with existing apartment in the back. Do you want a letter from the person that sold it? There was also an email that Mr. Hernandez was tired of waiting around for work for his workers to do and asked Mr. Breckman if he could hurry up because his workers are just sitting around. And that's in the packet that I sent you guys also. It just seems very strange to us that we're a single-family residential neighborhood. We've always been that. Our future use is permitted for that. There's not a single second family dwelling in our neighborhood at all. There's none. this would be the very first one. The man doesn't live in our neighborhood. I don't think he intends to live in our neighborhood. He has a real estate company. They did all the work in-house. They signed the affidavits in-house and everything. So he should be doubly aware of what the rules are in certain neighborhoods if he's a real estate person.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? One thing I just wanted to clarify, I know a couple of the neighbors have referenced the covenants that exist for this subdivision, and I just want to clarify that those are covenants amongst the neighbors that are actually governed between the neighbors, and should there be any disagreement on those covenants, it's actually a CDC matter. It's not a matter that's enforced by the city. And I'm speaking from firsthand knowledge, so I'm just explaining that those are not.
It's not a covenant. Sorry, I used, excuse me, deed restrictions.
Correct, those are all deed restrictions, are covenants. You can, first of all, you have to speak on the mic, but I'm indicating to you.
These are the rules that were propagated by the levy district.
I understand,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, I'm just indicating that deed restrictions are covenants, and those are enforced by the CDC when there is a dispute amongst the neighbors. They're not enforced by the city. So those have no bearing on the decision that is before us.
Okay.
Even if there's a dispute amongst you around those deed restrictions, those are to be addressed in civil district court.
These would be the reason why the Lakefront Management Authority, which has the ability to deny building permits and changes in zoning, would deny the letter of no objection.
And I believe that applies with regards to how they review internally. We've dealt with this before. It's actually come in front of this body before with regards to how these deed restrictions are reviewed. We're not the enforcement body of these deed restrictions. So if it's something that's pertinent to how this was individually reviewed, that's again a code enforcement item in terms of how the property may have been used in the past, not necessarily this body's jurisdiction to enforce that covenant.
Well, I believe what they're appealing is the decision to change the zoning from single family to
This isn't a, was the zone, so the question is staff, was zoning changed?
Yes.
Asking staff.
The zoning has not been changed. The zoning is still SRS, single family residential.
So this is being reviewed in terms of it being a grandfathered status in terms of how the property was previously used?
So it's a little different from grandfathered status. We have a category of uses in the CZO called established two-family dwellings. And so within these uses, we can approve something as being two-family in a SRS district if there is past history of legal two-family use. I'm probably not getting the terminology exactly right. So that's essentially the issue here, is if they provided sufficient documentation to verify legal history of two-family use in this structure. And so I think obvious from the neighbor reading the emails back and forth between Todd Breckman, who works in the zoning division, and the applicant, that, you know, this wasn't an easy call on our part, and, you know, we were requesting additional documentation, and the difference between a cabana that's an accessory structure and a second principal structure is fairly narrow. You're not allowed to have living space in an accessory structure, whereas you would in a second principal dwelling. Cabanas are limitations. You're not allowed to have a kitchen, and you're limited to under-counter refrigerator, and you can have a wet bar of a certain size. So it's a very fine line between going from a cabana to a second principal dwelling. And so basically, you know, we received the documentation from, you know, the property owner, and we made the best call that we thought, which was that there was evidence for this being a two-family dwelling. But by no imagination was this a slam dunk case that, yes, this was like obviously a past two-family dwelling.
And what's the distinction in reference that it's the established multifamily dwelling versus the legal non-conforming multifamily dwelling?
So for established two-family and similar rules for an established multifamily dwelling, the requirement isn't that the use is maintained, it's that there was legal history in the past. A non-conforming use, once it ceases occupancy for 180 days or more, is lost. So if an established two-family dwelling wasn't allowed in this neighborhood, and it was vacant for 3 years or however long it has been, then the nonconformity for two-family would be lost. But for an established two-family dwelling, the Department of Safety and Permits is authorized to make a decision that that's a permitted use, so not a non-conforming use. It's permitted if we have evidence of legal history of that past two-family use. So it's drawing kind of a fine line there as well, but it is a little bit different from that non-conforming use, and the fact that we can go back to history and see what was there in the
And that's what
past.
I wanted to make sure that distinction, particularly the 180 days occupancy, why that wasn't applicable in this particular scenario.
Yes, that's correct.
May I ask a question? You keep saying a legal history. What constitutes a legal history?
So
In a second.
I just want to acknowledge that it's not you to ask the questions, it's the board that is to ask the questions. I just wanted to, you can ask, the question can be answered, but I just want to redirect that you're talking to us, and it's if we've directed a question. So you're kind of out of order, but I just want to.
I apologize. May I ask you all to ask them what constitutes a legal history? For my edification.
So could you, you've explained it, but could you just repeat what you just laid out?
Yes, so legal history can encompass a lot of different things. It could be looking at the physical layout of the building. It could be looking at utility records. It could be looking at, lease agreements. I think in this case, kind of the big difference here is, was there like a full kitchen in this structure, and that was used as habitable space? And so, we did receive some evidence of that, and I think some of that evidence has been presented at this meeting as well. But affidavits from prior property owners are what we have to rely on. But in a case like this where it seems like it's family members, we're not going to have a lot of those lease agreements or other sort of things that we might see in other cases where it was being leased out to an outside entity. And in the report, I do reference the prescription regulations and state law. So the city is limited in the amount of time we can enforce zoning violations. So for zoning violations that have been in place for more than 5 years, we can't go back and cite them. So kind of flip side of that is, we don't cite something in a certain amount of time, we've now kind of made that legal. So, that's essentially where we are in this particular case, and more generally with what past legal history might mean.
And what's that prescriptive period?
For this property, it would be 5 years. If it's in a local historic district, it increases to 10 years.
So I remember there was a 10-year reference, I forgot how that's.
Any other questions from the board?
Should I approach the meeting now?
I can. Can you come up to the mic, please?
Can I talk to you all for a minute? I think it's important. It has to do, you guys are saying it's established. And I have the photographs that you guys all have and have seen, and I see a toilet, I see the shower. I actually have the same exact shower for my son to use in my house. I see closets. I see a room with cabinets and where there was a sink. That's it. There's nothing that shows a kitchen. Show me where, prove to me there was a kitchen here. There's nothing, the pictures, everything has been renovated or all appliances are removed. And if it's saying it was a second family dwelling based on the photographs and a member sleeping in it, well, the family sleeping in it, that still doesn't establish it as a second thing. That's just me, sorry, but the photographs.
And we appreciate your desire to, defend the appeal today, but your time for
That's fine.
disputing is past. So if you.
Any other questions from the board?
Sorry, the time to.
Quick, so what you just said?
No, we're done.
Statement just
We're done. Thank you. We're not gonna keep going back and forth.
And I mean, it's not a point of trying to be rude to anyone, it's just we're trying to keep a level of order, and we've kind of gotten way off the rails here. So, not trying to make anything personal, but just trying to stick to what our procedures are that we clearly indicated from the outset. So back to the board members, are there any other questions?
I think it's, just from a point of clarity, so, because I think this may have been misrepresented earlier.
We can't hear you, sorry.
So as a point of clarity, because this may have been misrepresented earlier, since this is not a question about a zoning change, in no way, shape, form does this constitute this does not create a precedent within this district that would then allow additional, more than one principal use structures to then be approved within the area. This is a one-off case basis where something was not necessarily caught within due time, within appropriate time, in order to reinstate that it should have been a single-family structure, or a single-family use on this lot, excuse me. The second piece to that actually gets back to, there's better systems in place now for enforcement. So if this is something that's going to continue to persist in the area, there's a mechanism to address this ahead of time and make sure that this doesn't get recreated on another property within this district. So I think it's just more back to a point of accountability for neighbors to still hold other neighbors accountable and report it back to court enforcement, which would have been an appropriate venue some time ago in order to confirm that this was being used and appropriate. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's correct. The zoning is still the same zoning, SRS single family. Someone wouldn't be allowed to build a new two-family structure here. It's possible there's others in the neighborhood that, have a similar sort of circumstances to this. I have no idea, but, not to say this is a one-off thing. There could potentially be others out there, but, it would have to have the same sort of unique circumstances of this being a second, dwelling unit on the structure, so.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I'll just want to verify the documentation provided and reviewed to demonstrate that it's a two-family unit or two-family unit property. So there was the photographs and there was the affidavits. But no leases, no utilities, no permits for a second dwelling unit, nothing like that. It was just the photographs and the affidavits.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay.
So yeah, like I said, this isn't the strongest evidence, and this was very much a subjective
To me,
kind of
that's
judgment.
not a question, but just a statement that the distinction here is between a livable accessory structure that has living facilities, but is not by definition a two-family, property necessarily. And so we've got very specific, I think, regulations for each of those two situations, and so make sure we distinguish those.
Yeah, I guess, I'm struggling a little bit. Are there more photos than just the ones that, I'm looking at a building being renovated in the photos. I'm looking at cabinets that could be new. I'm looking at tile work that's half finished. So I'm kind of going with what the neighbors are saying here and understanding a little their challenge, right? Because I'm also seeing evidence that this is work underway. So I'm struggling a little bit with that. I'm also struggling with, if it was a cabana and someone could live in it because it had a kitchenette, a little kitchenette and a shower, does that make it then an apartment? If somebody was living there as a, son living in the house or a mother living in the house, how does that make it an apartment then? By definition.
So to answer your two questions, the first question with regards to the photographs, those are the photographs that we had, and yeah, I forget the exact timing of this thing, if this was something where work had started without permits or something, but yeah, it is pictures showing the place under renovation or recently renovated, so yeah, there isn't the, old historic photographs or something from 5-10 years ago that show clearly there was a kitchen in place at that time. To answer your second question, an accessory structure is prohibited from having habitable space, so it's prohibited from having living space. Certainly we see sort of these cases where, okay, a bathroom's put in, someone could conceivably live there. I would say the department's position is if there is that kind of full kitchen in there, that would make it a dwelling unit. So I think at some point, probably 2 or 3 years ago now, we've established a zoning interpretation memo that kind of outlines at what point are you less than a kitchen and at what point are you more than a kitchen. And so generally that gets to having a cooking element in there of like an oven, a range, or even having the specific gas hookups or the specific electrical that has, because it's not your standard electrical line, to have an electric range in there. So having those hookups or having a built-in kind of cooktop sort of thing would constitute it being a full kitchen. So it's not just someone lived there, therefore it's a dwelling unit. There has to be that kitchen installed as well.
Any other questions from the board? Is there a motion?
The motion's in order.
Yes, please.
Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 041-23, my motion is to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of Director of Safety and Permits finding that there was not an error in the interpretation of the CZO.
Is there a second? Question from law department, does the motion die? Is there a substitute motion?
Motion's in order.
Yes.
Regarding docket number BCA 4123, I move to grant the appeal and overturn the decision of the Director of Department of Safety and Permits finding that there is an error in interpretation of the CZO / a conflict in the law.
And I'll second.
It's been moved. With regards to BZA docket 041-23, it's been moved by Commissioner Rufo, second by Commissioner Diaz to grant the appeal and overturn the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Nay.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Nay. 2 yeas. 3 yeas, 2 nays. Question for the motion dies. And in terms of, at this point, what is the status of the decision since we've gone through 2 motions? Does the action fail? Yes, speak to the mic, I'm sorry, I'm talking.
Get back to denied unless there's another.
So because the motions were both failed, it's gonna be denied.
The appeal,
The appeal.
so that the decision stands as.
Yes. It's gonna uphold.
Second vote, they had 3 nays and 2 nays.
That's right, but for a decision appeal, there's a requirement of 4.
Thank you.
Next item.
Oh.
Can I say something?
Yes.
So with the board, it has to have 4 votes to pass the motion. And I was going to ask if the board wanted to defer this. Perhaps there will be more board members at the next meeting. That would be up to you to.
I mean, since we've already taken action, is it appropriate to take an additional?
You can reconsider it.
Is there a motion to reconsider?
So, can I make a motion? So I move to reconsider next time, and hopefully, is there an opportunity for the motion to defer, but does that give an opportunity for the applicants to further their case? Or is it just rehearing it exactly the same way?
Right now, or if you defer it?
If we defer it.
If you defer it, they can, come with additional information. If they submit additional information, then safety and permits would be able to re-review that as well.
So if not the applicant, but the property owner has more evidence or other, I guess that's my question.
So safety and permits has already approved the zoning verification, so if that property owner did provide evidence, like there's nothing necessarily for safety and permits to reconsider, but it could be additional evidence that you all might want to consider in your evaluation of this proposal.
Well, in that case, I move to defer to the next meeting.
I'll second that.
It's been, with regards to BZA docket 041-23, it's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Eggins, to defer this item to the next meeting. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Nay.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Nay. If we could please keep quiet in the audience.
Okay, so at this point, it's been de facto denied, and the decision of safety and permits is upheld.
What? The motion to defer. No, they voted to defer, 32. But is that E4 or does that only need 3? Then I would explain that.
Okay, because only 3 people were in support and you need 4 for a quorum, they didn't meet the quorum, and so the motion is not gonna move forward, and so it's gonna be de facto denied. To confirm the votes, 3, 4, 2 no.
The next item is item 42, BZA docket 4223.
For the property at 7417 Birth Street.
Wait, are you gonna move?
Relative to 7417 Birth Street, the applicant's appeal alleges an error in the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that the subject property is an established multifamily dwelling and is subject to Article 20, Section 20.3W, rather than a legal non-conforming multifamily dwelling, subject to Article 25, Section 25.4C. The subject property, 7417 Firth, is an existing 3-unit multifamily dwelling. On February 15, 2022, the project architect applied for a building permit to renovate and construct a 1,339 square foot addition to the existing structure. The subject property is located in the HU RD2 district, where a multifamily dwelling is a prohibited use. However, an established multifamily dwelling is a permitted use or a conditional use depending on if the structure meets certain circumstances. At this point, the Department of Safety and Permits has not completed a zoning verification or a non-conforming use determination for the structure as a 3-unit multifamily dwelling in the HU RD2 district that would confirm that its non-conforming use has been maintained and that it is an established multifamily dwelling. The project architect sought an interpretation from Safety and Permits that the non-conforming multifamily structure would be able to expand under CZO 25.4C3. The Department of Safety and Permits made the determination that the project architect referenced the wrong CZO section and that the only opportunity for this structure to expand would be in accordance with CZO 20.3W4 as an established multifamily dwelling upon approval of a conditional use. The project architect appealed this determination. The appellant raised a couple of potential issues with the Department of Safety and Permits determination, which will be addressed below. Number 1, that an existing legal non-conforming triplex is to be considered an established multifamily or EMF. EMF is for the reestablishment of vacant dormant buildings, and our triplex is existing with active meters. The non-conforming use of the triplex has not been lost and should be treated under all rules, allowances of a non-conforming use. The established multifamily dwelling provisions include both vacant multifamily structures and those structures that are currently occupied. CZO 20.3W1 outlines 4 ways that a structure could be classified as an established multifamily dwelling. Some of those ways involve documenting past legal history as a multifamily dwelling. However, subsection B would apply to currently occupied buildings that have had their non-conforming use status confirmed by the Department of Safety and Permits. Therefore, if Safety and Permits completes a non-conforming use determination for a multifamily structure, it would become an established multifamily dwelling and become a permitted use. This is because there are added benefits to a permitted use as an established multifamily that do not apply to a non-conforming multifamily residential use. Number 2, then an existing legal non-conforming triplex cannot be expanded per various stated allowances as spelled out in Article 25 of the CZO. Article 25 clearly identifies specific instance when an expansion is allowed. This project meets these instances. This point shows a misunderstanding of the limitations on non-conforming uses in the regulations in Article 25 of the CZO. CZO 25.3A.5 states non-conforming uses, including structures or land containing non-conforming uses, shall be prohibited from expansion or increase in cubical content unless specifically permitted by paragraph G below or elsewhere in the ordinance. Non-conforming uses are prohibited from expanding. CZO 25.3G outlines some limited examples where non-conforming uses are permitted to expand, but none of those exceptions apply to multifamily dwellings. The appellant has not stated which specific exception would apply to this property that would allow for this existing non-conforming structure to expand. Therefore, as a non-conforming use, the triplex at 7417 First Street would be prohibited from expanding. The appellant appears to be conflating the non-conforming structure regulations in CZO 25.4 with the non-conforming use regulations in CZO 25.3. A non-conforming use is a use that does not comply with the current use restrictions for the applicable zoning district, such as this case of a multifamily dwelling in a HU RD2 two-family district. A non-conforming structure is a building that does not meet the current bulk, yard, and dimensional requirements in the current CZO. This building is also a non-conforming structure due to a deficient interior side yard setback. CZO 20.4D does allow for a non-conforming structure to expand under certain circumstances. However, these regulations apply to non-conforming structures and not uses. A non-conforming use in a non-conforming structure would be prohibited from expanding or increasing in cubicle content in accordance with CZO 25.3A5. There's nothing in the non-conforming structure regulations in CZO 25.4 that would allow for a non-conforming use to expand. Therefore, it is in the property owner's best interest for the structure to be classified as an established multifamily dwelling, which would allow for the structure to expand if a conditional use is approved. If the structure is simply classified as a legal non-conforming use, it would be prohibited from expanding. Finally, a very similar issue was previously appealed to the BZA approximately 3 years ago in BZA docket 5820 for property at 1409 Broadway Street. Safety and Permits had issued a building permit that would have allowed for a 3-unit multifamily dwelling in the HU RD1 district to expand. The neighbors had appealed the issuance of the building permit, and the BZA overturned Safety and Permits' decision finding that the building permit was issued in error. This decision overturned the interpretation by the prior director of Safety and Permits that a non-conforming multifamily use can expand using the language in CZO 25.4D, which applies to non-conforming structures. The appellant is making this exact same argument today that was previously rejected by this board. The department believes that this interpretation is correct, and for the reasons stated in this report, the department's decision should be upheld. Thanks.
Zach Smith Consulting, 530 South Mountain.
You might want to pull the mic a little bit. I'm just making sure that I can't hear you just because you're.
A little better, a little hoarse today. Let me know when you're ready.
You're good.
Good morning, board. Related to the 3 arguments spelled out in the city's letter, for established multifamilies, and I'll just refer to it as EMF today. All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. For some projects, EMF may be more beneficial and allowed as an option, but in this particular case, we do not believe it is appropriate. EMF is truly intended for locations that have lost their NCU. Why? It was to create an easier path to reestablish the multifamily back with a property that had completely gone vacant. Specifically, 20.3W section mentions properties with a history of. History is not to be confused with currently used as. Let's do some examples. In an HURD2, if we have a 4-plex with no usage since Hurricane Katrina, as there is no legal non-conforming use left, the structure can only be reactivated as an EMF. If this was an existing 4-plex with 1 unit occupied from all sorts of precedent, the city would have no issues with allowing the other 3 units to be reestablished. Now let's think of another structure in the HURD2. Let's imagine a 6-plex that has been vacant since Katrina. In order for this to be reactivated, it would need a conditional use as it only has a history of. Now I think y'all know where I'm going with this. If we follow the logic assigned here, if we have a 6-plex that only has 1 unit occupied, the city is saying with this logic that they would not be able to permit those other 5 units without a conditional use, because all of these properties are essentially thrown as EMFs without any regard specifically to the legal non-conforming status. We know that this is not correct. Legal non-conforming use rights are not lost on any of these occupied structures. Taking them away is a violation of state law. All squares are rectangles, not all rectangles are squares. Related to topic 2, non-conforming uses and non-conforming structures. We agree that non-conforming uses and structures are 2 separate terms and generally to be considered separately. Articles 25.3 and 25.4 generally talk about two different definitions of points. It is imperative that to our discussion to not get mistaken for conflation, but actually for an extremely delicate reading of the black and white text and understanding and applying said text. 25.3a number 5. This is one of those sections of the law that everybody reads and quotes aloud, but generally we don't finish saying the whole sentence. It says NCUs, including structures of land containing NCUs, shall be prohibited from expansion or increase in cubicle content, unless specifically permitted by paragraph G below or elsewhere in this ordinance. Here's another example of partial sentences that may articulate the pitfalls of only remembering parts of the sentence. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. We have to make sure we read the full sentence and apply the whole sentence. Remember the word specifically elsewhere in this ordinance. 25.3 specifically allows for exceptions provided elsewhere in this ordinance. The city argument letter states there is nothing in the non-conforming structure regulations in 25.4 that would allow for non-conforming use to expand. But 25.3 leaves open the door for any part of the CZO to allow for an exemption, and 25.4C number 3 walks through it. 25.3 and 25.4 refer to each other. 25.4 specifically references number of dwelling units. Remember, 25.4 is about structures, but yet it's talking about the number of dwelling units, which we have already discussed. Clear case is a usage issue. Why is structure section talking about usage? 25.3 commonly refers to areas and sizes, which we know are typically things related to structural nonconformities, sizes and shapes, etc. Remember that term elsewhere in the ordinance. When you're dealing with the use of multifamily, the structure is part and parcel with the use. The specific use is so interlinked, while they may be mentioned separately, they overlap. We know that cubicle content is relative to size, which is more akin to structure, but yet 25.3 notes size. We know that the number of dwelling units is relative to use, which is more akin to use, but yet 25.4 notes units. We certainly know that the number of dwelling units is a usage issue, as the city letter goes to great lengths to make the exact same point in the EMF section that was previously discussed. The number of units is clearly a use issue, and it is in the black and white one of the exceptions noted as being found elsewhere in the ordinance. 25.4C number 3, which allows for a structure to get bigger when there is no increase in the number of dwelling units. We are not adding dwelling units. By 25.4 noting the number of units, it is referring to an extremely limited exception to how a use would be allowed to get bigger. 25.3 notes exceptions, 25.4 makes use of those exceptions. With a little bit of time left, I'd say for argument 3, there's been various rule changes, specifically to EMF, and I consider anything pre-law changes to be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in support of the applicant for BZA docket 042-23? Anyone here in opposition? Any questions from the board? Let me just first jokingly say, Mr. Smith, you've added to my confusion around square versus rectangle. Quick question to staff in laying out the distinctions between, pardon me, I'm trying to frame out the question, but I'm trying to distinguish between the non-conforming use versus non-conforming structure. So I think that was a little bit towards the end of Mr. Smith's comments. And I believe in your document, you tried to explain it. I'm just trying to understand how we distinguish for the purposes of arriving at the decision, the distinction between the use categories versus the structure categories. I felt like I was getting it, reading through it, but now rectangle and square have definitely thrown monkey wrenches.
Yeah, I think unfortunately Mr. Smith has probably confused me as well on this particular situation. So what I will say is, yeah, like the use of the structure is, and from a residential standpoint, I mean, there's group homes and residential care facilities, but like we generally have single family dwellings, which is one unit, two-family dwellings, which are 2 units, and then multifamily, which includes everything 3 or above. So you can be a multifamily dwelling if you're in a 2-family district, and yeah, you would be considered a non-conforming use in that case. We also have multifamily structures that might be a permitted use if you're in a multifamily district, but are also non-conforming for the number of units that they have. If you're in a lot that only allows for 4 dwelling units and you have a 8-unit apartment building, you're not a non-conforming use because multifamily use is allowed, but you're a non-conforming structure because you have more dwelling units than would be allowed. So that's where
It would be allowed for what reason?
based on the bulk and yard regulations in the CZO. So that's where that non-conforming structure piece comes in. And so there are cases where, yeah, you can, you know, have a multifamily structure that's allowed to expand because it's not a prohibited use in that district. And that's why the language is in there. And it's not to say, okay, you know, all these things that talked about non-conforming use cannot expand, non-conforming use cannot expand. And by simply referencing lot area per dwelling unit, or, you know, cannot increase, you know, dwelling units more than what's there, the plain reading of this, that doesn't say anything about, you know, this non-conforming multifamily use can expand in there. Hopefully that answers the question and does not confuse it even more. Hopefully I don't confuse myself.
I'm trying to process it. I'll let some of the other board members weigh in.
So just a quick reference, at the end of your memo, you do make reference back to the previous argument that was rejected by the board. Can you just provide a little bit more clarity on that, please?
Yeah, so that was a fairly similar circumstance to what was proposed, or what's proposed in this particular case. I forget if it was a 3-unit or 4-unit multifamily dwelling where the Department of Safety and Permits had issued a permit for them to do a significant expansion using essentially the same logic that the appellant has argued that, oh, you know, they're not adding to the number of dwelling units, therefore, you know, this use can be able to expand. And when that case came up to the board rejected that argument that, you know, this non-conforming use would be able to expand given the language related to non-conforming structures in section 25.4.
And just to clarify, with the distinction between the established multifamily dwelling versus a legal non-conforming multifamily dwelling, what changes based on that, on how it's characterized? I'm just trying to understand what would be lost or gained either way in this scenario.
In this scenario, the Department of Safety and Permits position is there's no advantage for being a non-conforming use because that's something that can be lost. That's something that's strictly prohibited from any expansion of cubicle content of any sort. So the only benefit would be to be categorized as an established multifamily dwelling, which does provide opportunities to expand through a conditional use process. And so when we get into the use standards for the established multifamily dwellings in Article 20 of the CZO, it does lay out the 3 or 4 ways you can be classified as an established multifamily dwelling. And one of those ways is, once safety and permits does a non-conforming use determination for that multifamily use. So I think clearly, if we were to complete an established or non-conforming use determination, that would then grant this structure or would classify the structure as an established multifamily dwelling. And in the reports we do, we kind of clearly state that now that we've determined have maintained your non-conforming use for 6 units or whatever, you're an established multifamily dwelling and are subject to those regulations in Article 20.
I think my blood sugar is too low to even understand what we're talking about here. No, I mean, I guess I'm confused. I mean, I just don't understand what is better necessarily. You just explained it, but then I'm also confused as to when you decide which is one versus the other. But if it's occupied, it's established. Is that what you're saying? It was clear that
If it's always established, if it's occupied, it's an established multifamily dwelling. If it's unoccupied and has been vacant for 20 years, but you're able to document past legal history of multifamily use, you would be considered an established multifamily dwelling. And that's because we put these rules in place to provide additional housing opportunities and for these things not to be lost. And, what the appellant says that the CZO says that would allow for this to expand doesn't exist in the CZO, so they're just essentially grasping at straws to find some sort of argument that could justify a loophole that doesn't exist.
I feel like it's a lot easier as we walk through legal non-conforming, because established multifamily definitely feels much more vague, for lack of a better term. So I can understand Commissioner Diaz's confusion. As I indicated, I'm still stuck on a rectangle versus square. And I'm still trying to understand what Mr. Smith, if you come up for a second. I'm just trying to walk through the what exactly is the contention that you're making around the established multifamily dwelling versus the legal non-conforming?
And actually, if I could just real quick, I'm sorry, I'm actually gonna have to leave at 2:30, which means that we will lose quorum.
Yeah.
So I just wanna throw that out there.
Totally understand. And I appreciate everybody being here so long. I know we didn't start till a little late, but obviously these cases go. Generally speaking, the biggest issue is, again, if we apply that same EMF logic to 5 to 8, which is spelled out, EMF doesn't really talk about 9s and whatnot. Because again, the history here is to allow a faster way to reestablish those. Because if we were to, and I'm a quoter, and usually it's not a good thing to quote city people when they're not in the room. But from I think Kelly Butler's stats from back in the day when she was in CPC, it was like 28 out of 31 folks that ever tried to reactivate a fourplex had to go back to council, and they got it 28 out of 31 times. So the council's intention of the EMF was to make it so that a property that lost its nonconformity could get back. Again, I think that this general kind of thought, and at the end of the day, I appreciate the department for trying to push into something, because an EMF is usually a very beneficial thing for a lot of properties. But again, if we were a 5-plex, which is considered, in these use tables and HURD2 and whatnot, it means we'd automatically push to an EMF, which the EMF language tells us that between 5 and 8 units, it has to go to occasional use to reestablish. And again, if I have 1 unit in an 8-plex, we all know, everybody in this room has been doing this long enough to know that 1 unit, I don't have to go to the council to put the 7 back. So that's where I think there's that kind of derailment a little bit. At the end of the day, just reading the room, reading the questions, I think EMF is an interesting and important topic to maybe answer. The other part of our argument probably isn't gonna get there based on what the questions are. At the end of the day, I think those are all there. But if there was gonna be a split or whatever, it's always important to hear that. So that's, again, if we looked at this as a 5-plex or 6-plex or 7-plex and 8-plex, automatically thrown to an EMF means that, in my opinion, you'd have to go to council just to reestablish those things. And again, not giving somebody the legal non-conforming rights that they're otherwise allowed to keep.
If you have an established multifamily, does it automatically, is it an either or scenario? Meaning, could you have an established multifamily and also legal non-conforming?
So yes, it's an either or scenario where upon determination that you have a legal non-conforming use in accordance with, CZO section 20.5 W1D, once we confirm legal non-conforming status, you become an established multifamily dwelling. So in the scenario that Mr. Smith references, you've got a 8-unit building with 1 unit occupied, and you come to us, you get a determination of non-conforming use, we find that your non-conforming use is maintained, now you're a permitted use as an established multifamily dwelling, so.
And that's under 20.3.W.
Yes, 23W1D.
Any other questions from the board? Is there a motion?
If a motion's in order,
Proceed.
and it's not that triangles are the same as circles. So, Madam Chair, regards to BZA docket number 042-23, my motion is to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Director of Safety and Permits, understanding that they did not make any error in the interpretation of the CZO.
And I will second.
With regards to BZA docket 042-23, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Director of Department of Safety and Permits, finding that there's not any error in that decision. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Evans.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 4 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Item 18, BZA docket 043-23 for the property at 7311 Hurst Street was withdrawn. Would the board consider a motion to adjourn the?
So just, I know there was a speaker card on.
And I think there was a question, and also in looking at the agenda, I think there was a distinction. The agenda referenced the item as moot, whereas the online agenda referenced the item as moot, whereas the paper agenda referenced it as withdrawn. Is there a clarification of what the status of the item is?
The Department of Safety and Permits rescinded the permit, so it makes this application moot.
There's nothing the request was to defer the item, but there's nothing to defer,
Well-
given that the decision is rendered moot.
So I was here to clarify that it was rendered moot and not withdrawn. Only I could withdraw it. I didn't withdraw it. It could only be determined moot.
Correct.
The problem is, it's not moot because the Department of Safety and Permits agrees with me that the permit should not have been issued, and that's why they say it's moot, but they haven't done anything. In other words, they haven't taken action to cite the property for having an illegal swimming pool. If there was a swimming pool built without a permit. They issued a permit after the fact. That permit was then rescinded because I brought to their attention, it shouldn't have been, it's an illegal swimming pool. That makes a difference because on April 25th, they issued another permit that I'm gonna have to turn around
an appeal on an accessory structure because they're using the swimming pool as part of the basis for the size and the location of the accessory structure. So we have an illegal swimming pool that's really shouldn't be there, that is driving the accessory structure on the other side of the property, that they've issued a permit on the 25th. I also would like my $264 back on this appeal, if I made an appeal and they said I was right all along and I shouldn't have had to appeal in the first place because they were wrong back from when I documented, although I documented this in October. So, as I said, I know she needs to go. If you want to defer it, that's fine. Otherwise, that's where I am.
If the permit was rescinded, there's nothing to defer, so that's why we're back.
Well, but my
If you're
appeal was
challenging
the
the
challenging
permit.
the illegal swimming pool, and they haven't done anything about that, so.
All I can say is if the permit was rescinded.
That's the only remedy this board
Yeah,
has.
when a
Okay, so
permit
are
is
you,
rescinded,
does safety and permits plan on citing them for the
that's an
deficiency?
enforcement issue at this point, for our purposes.
No, I agree with that, but now that we
I
have
think
safety and
that's an
permits
issue
right
to
here
be
in front of
discussed,
us, I'd
but
like.
that's because
Right.
we have to adjourn the meeting due to a quorum, that's an issue to discuss on the enforcement
If
side.
we could just maybe get safety and permits on the record, because I will appeal that they're not taking any enforcement violations on us at this point.
We're at the point that the meeting is gonna be adjourned
Okay,
regardless.
no, well, that's fine. She
But
can leave.
but it's
That's
not
fine.
gonna be on the record, because the meeting will be adjourned due to lack of a quorum.
Well, safety and permits could just answer the question.
That's a
right?
question to take up, Mr. Schmidt, at a point directly with safety and
Okay,
permits.
right.
It's not a part of
Right,
the
so
record.
Justin's right, but we're not going to acknowledge Justin's right.
Nobody has said
In any
that.
formal quorum.
Well, the meeting is adjourned.
Right, of course it is. No, that's right, right. Thank you. How many times can I be right in front of this board and still be wrong? That's an ongoing question. By the way, you couldn't have reconsidered that motion to begin with, because Robert's Rules of Order don't allow you to reconsider a motion like that without more than the 4. So even if you have to be on the side, there have to be enough people there to consider it, voting for it first.